Hello? What's happening? Hello? Happy Monday, what is going on? Hi, what is happening? I ran to the bathroom and came back and there's a hype train. Hi, happy Monday. What was going on here? Striker, thank you for resubscribing, welcome back. I enjoy your rotating of fish crackers. Rex, welcome back. We've got 13 months, 11 months, welcome back. Striker also gifted out 5 community subs. Can we like rotate a bit for Striker, please? Yippee! Welcome to the Shroom State. You get less ads, and you get less ads, and you get less ads by the kindness of Striker. And also, Corey, thank you for gifting a community sub also. And Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Bugs also. If you guys got gifted a sub, please say thank you to the gifter of the sub. Thank you guys, what the heck, what a way to start a Monday. Nilo, thank you for resubscribing also. Paul, 9 months, I have a sub baby. No, it's a weird analogy. Oh my god, that is a weird analogy. Nilo, that is such an odd analogy, but I guess so. Yippee! Rotation! Happy Monday! Guess what? If I sound better, that's because I kind of am, just a little bit. I was the most sick I have been this entirety of me being sick on like Saturday. I slept all day. I slept all day. Not fantastic, not the greatest. Yesterday I was marginally better. Today I'm more or less the same as I was yesterday, but I'm feeling good right now because I got a little bit of the Advil cold and sinus in me with the good timing for being here. Oh, Striker, thanks for 500 bits. I can't see what's happening, but apparently there's something happening. Thank you. Yippee, level 3 complete. Nilo's alive again. Were you not alive before? I don't know what that means, huh? Relatable though, exhausted days lately. No, I am still so tired. The excitement of gifted subs has jolted me awake at the beginning of stream here, but I will probably get more EP as stream progresses, but I will do my best. Also, it seems like once again, half of our redeems aren't working. Giraffe EG did not trigger. What is happening? I have long hair, but Giraffe EG did not trigger. How could they do this to me? Betrayal. My neck is supposed to elongate, and that would help with my health. Is it because short? No, I should still be allowed to have long neck when short. Yeah, Uma EG didn't work either. Edward's running tests for us right now. Man, I only get one stream where I get to have functional channel points before Twitch is like, no. Does a little funny little finger waggle at me. I'll turn those back off. Ugh, come on. What was that didn't work? It was Giraffe EG and Uma EG that didn't work? Lordy. Never a normal time. No RGBG? Oh, of course not. So no RGBG means definitely no glitch EG or tone EG either. So we'll get rid of those fast quick. Lordy. Scuff redeem, let's go. No, I mean the redeem isn't the redeem isn't scuffed. It's Twitch's API not working. Twitch's API just like randomly certain days of the week does not work. Also, hi Azor, how are you? Twitch more like glitch. Kind of a little bit, yeah. Anyways, happy Monday! I'm back! I was gone for a couple of days, but I'm back now. It's Monday. Today, we're gonna look at some 3D VTuber models. Crazy that I, the 3D modeler myself that I've been, we've not had a dedicated 3D model day yet. So, we're gonna look at fellas who have as many dimensions as I have. These fellas can get on my level. That's so many D's. I know. Crazy, right? So we haven't gotten to look at a lot of them. I will say, I do think most of the models we're going to be looking at are Vroid models, specifically two, which does mean that I will have some critiques for them that are particular to them coming from the Vroid format. But just in general, I will have some specific critiques in the realm of 3D modeling because I am a 3D modeler. So I know what things work and what things don't work and what things are a pain in the butt and what things could be modified to greater effect, mayhaps. 4-dimensional VTuber critiques when? Well, when I get my sense of smell back, we could maybe add that as a dimension. I can sniff. I'm trying to sniff the models right now. They don't really smell like anything because I'm sick. Are those the ones made with voxels? No, the voxel ones are, those are still 3D. I don't think those ones have any particular smell to them. I don't think so. ASMR VTubers. Oh, yeah, kind of. I guess that would be approaching 4 dimensions, maybe. Oh, that sniffling thing I just did with my face made all of my congestion occur all at once. Oh, Selma! Thank you for gifting a sub to Chili in the Valley also. Did we rotate for Selma? For that gifted sub too? We should rotate for that one too. Joby and I went on a long walk yesterday, which was nice. It was good to get out of the house and do a little bit of walk around, and oh god, was the weather abysmal, but it was nice to get out of the house, but it was so humid and so wild outside that I had a congestion headache within like 10 minutes. So do touch grass, roommates, but touch grass responsibly. If your health is unfavorable, be careful about how you may or may not be touching the grass. The grass may fight back. Grass does have hands, especially if you have allergies. Yeah. 4th mission is heat. 4D models are the 3D models so dense your computer starts heating. Oh, my computer always gives off at least a little bit of warmth when I am streaming. So much to the point that I actually think that the mouse has been hanging out near my computer because my computer gives off heat. The only place I've ever found mouse poop of our lovely little visitor that we've had in our apartment is near my computer, near the guy, because the computer's on my desk, which is just a little concerning. Instead of grass, you need ocean air, like the Victorian ailment curse. Either that, or they need to send me to Arizona for the, what is it, mesothelioma cure? Isn't that where aren't you supposed to move somewhere really, really dry if you have certain, like, lung troubles, maybe? I feel like I heard that at some point. I'd be willing to believe it. Yippee! Thank you guys for Hype Train starting us off very strong on a Monday. Very kind of you. Starting us on the right foot for the week. This is a positive Monday, more so than we've often had. We didn't even have Monday last week. I feel like we've missed a lot of Mondays, potentially. Hi, Ruka! Does the mouse click? No. Our funny little field mouse who lives in here does not click. If only he did, because my computer mouse doesn't work very well, unfortunately. Googleigi doesn't work? Oh, no. Well, I'll just turn everything off. I'll turn off all the things that I don't think work. Because look at that, that was 2 hearts that were thrown at me too. Looney, thank you for following. Okay, Bonk clearly kind of works. Bonk at least smacks me still, so we can leave that. Let's see. Ouch, that's not an excuse to hit me twice though. Oh wait, that's it not working. That is it hitting me a second time. Hang on. So I'm gonna guess that head pat doesn't work. I'm gonna guess that arm actually doesn't work. My hair length ones were working for some reason. The ladders are just throwing true, which is fine. You can have 2 for the price of 1 ladder deal for today. That's okay. TEG worked. I'm gonna guess that OrbEG won't work if Googleigi didn't work. GooEG probably isn't going to work. Yeah, my hair length is working for some reason, which is strange considering other things aren't. And I'm gonna turn off all the things that are usually toggles because those are the ones that seem to not be working. Ow! Hey. Hey. Don't hit me while I'm distracted. I can't even defend myself if I'm turning all of our toggles off. Or are you trying to throw things at me before you think you're losing access to them? That could also be a possibility. Mushroom Monday? It is, I guess, always been Mushroom Mondays, huh? It's Mushroom Model Crit Monday. Whoa. Okay, so that works. That's good at least. Is it an API problem or an API interacting with the software you use problem? Wow! That's actually a great question. It works fine sometimes, but doesn't work fine other times. And I'm not the only person who's been having API trouble, so I think it may be a broader issue than just me, but I don't know. I am not sure. It's not within my tech knowledge. I can update Vignon and see if that fixes it, but I'm not hopeful because there have been other troubles I've been having with the API.
Hey gang, Gary here.
Hi Gary.
I think you're talking about Mr. Mouston, my dearest friend and butler who gives me the finest and tastiest of rocks. Also Selma wants to say thanks again, but I charged her a lot of rocks to say this. Also happy rotation from the king of rocks.
Someone wants to say thanks? What is Selma saying thank you for? Thank you, Selma. Thank you, Gary, for relaying the message. You've named the mouse that has broken into my house? That's not a good move. We should not be getting attached to the mouse that has broken into my house. Like, you name something, it's all over. It's like the spider in my window who I think may or may not be dead. I don't know if he's alive anymore. He hasn't moved in a long time, but he's really big and I named him and now I'm attached and now I'm worried. I'm concerned for him. same deal with the mouse. If I name the mouse, I'm already questionably attached to this really, really cute little mouse, and I need to not be, because I shouldn't have a mouse in my house, so I should be outing him from the house. He should go somewhere else and live somewhere else. We can't name him. Don't get attached, roommates. Nuzlocke rules. Yeah, Nuzlocke rules. Don't name him. Don't get attached. Get him a cage. Well, have we ever talked about my great-grandmother's tactic for dealing with mice and rats? I was telling Jubby about it over the weekend. I don't remember if I ever told you guys it, though. Do we recall if I ever told you my great-grandmom's tactic? This is my super Italian great-grandmom, who I didn't get to know for very long. Old lady that she was. No? Oh boy, here's a tale for you. So, great-grandmom Shroom, this is my great-grandmom on my Italian grandfather's side. Super Roman Catholic lady. Kind of a very scary lady also, if you think in like the realm of like matriarchs. The classic Italian matriarch, that's her. That was this lady. And what she would do is, when they would enter the winter, because they didn't have a very like nice house, I will say, their house was pretty run down. My family on that side has been in a little bit of dire straits for most of their life. Not very financially well off, but you know, their house constantly had mice and or rats and or other little critters living in it. And this lady, her solution to this was to buy a fish tank and to put like newspaper in the bottom of it, and she would catch the mice and the rats alive and put them in it. So you would just have like 3 different species of mice, rats, all cohabitating in this one giant fish tank. Yeah, a fish tank. Don't worry, it had like a screened mesh thing on the top of it, so that way like they could breathe, and she just kept them in there all winter. And she would feed them like the table scraps. She would change the newspaper in there to like keep like it clean or whatever. And then she would take the whole tank at the end of the winter. Like there was like a couple miles away from them, there was a field, and she would release all of them out into the field when the spring like hit or whatever. Yeah, naughty rats and mice get put into Granny's mouse jail. So I loved that for her being as much of like, she was kind of a scary, intimidating lady, and she took no nonsense. But for that being the way that she was, Granny's mouse jail was very effective, and it was very sweet of her. I see Amber saying sounds like a rabies risk. I don't think she was catching them with her hands. But who knows? Honestly, that woman, who knows? My other good granny story of her is that they had a parrot, and this doesn't make any sense at all. They had a pet parrot. They, for some reason, had a whole bunch of really strange pets at that house. They had goats at one point, they had snakes, they had a pig, they had just like really anything. You could have a groundhog as pets. I don't know. Mostly just stuff that the kids were like, hey, I found this outside, can we keep it? And Granny was just like, yeah, sure. Sure, you can keep it, go ahead. But they had a pet parrot, and I don't remember what his name was because he was no longer around by the time I was there, but he was old when my granddad was young. Like, we're talking, this parrot was in its 70s. The parrot was older than this is my great-grandmom, older than my great-grandmom. The parrot would like suddenly like fall ill and not do well and be like having like things where just get like really sluggish and wasn't like feeling super well and like wouldn't be moving around a lot. And for some reason, Granny's solution to this was to give the parrot a shot of vodka. Which, many questions to be asked about why she thought that was the solution. However, every single time she would give the parrot a shot of vodka, and the family would be like convinced that this 70-year-old parrot was on its last leg. She'd give the parrot a shot of vodka, and the parrot would just be like fine for the next like year and a half. So apparently she was using scientific method to determine, well, when I give the parrot a shot of vodka, it does seem to be doing better. But we were like, what? She is something else. Yeah, I guess parrots can have a little vodka. Okay, SPCA. Yeah, no, I don't know. 70-year-old parrot still has a good amount of life left. Yeah, the parrot almost outlived her, I believe. The parrot was like well into its like 80s or 90s when it did pass. It was quite the parrot. I never met it because it did pass a little bit before her. But yeah, insane woman, let me just say. Strange. So before you think that she is good with animals from my mouse story, let me tell you about the parrot story. Strange lady. How back to that guy with the oldest living cats who fed them red wine? Huh. Don't they say like a little bit of red wine for people is like heart healthy? So like I wonder if there's like some like in moderation. I have no clue. So strange. Who knows? But anyways, enough yap about my great-grandmother, the strange woman she was. I don't know. Don't people also give their horses beer? How strange. Said it once, I'll say it again. Grandma Shroom is my hero. She's not my grandma, she was my great-grandma. But sure, she can be your hero, I guess. She was a scary lady, very intimidating lady. I only met her a handful of times, but those 2 times did leave a mark of I was scared of her. I'm sure she was really nice, but to a little kid, she was very intimidating. Not good with animals, necromancer parrot to live past 80. I mean, interesting. Intriguing, even. Methods were strange, but also effective, I guess, yeah. Also, Mad Buns asked if they could do the 50k line skip redeem in the stream despite not being 3D. You can? That'd be funny. I love this thing where I keep having themed streams and someone's like, actually, in with the steel chair, my turn, it's me. I like it. Yeah, no, you can do it. You can do it anytime. The skip the line is always valid, even if you do not fit the theming of what we're going over. I will probably just aim to go over the 3 that are on the thumbnail first for 3D sake, and then we'll go to you, and then we'll go back to 3D with whatever time there is, if that is okay. So you'll be like 4th, I guess, if you redeem it right this second. My birthday, so I'm in a funny mood today. Oh, well, happy birthday, Mad Buns. We can sing happy birthday to you. Also, happy birthday, Mad Buns. We can also look at your model and sing happy birthday at the same time. We can do many a thing. Hey, Shermites, are you ready? Are you ready for the choir? I really struggled singing happy birthday last week because my congestion, because I can't hear myself, but we'll give it our best here. Are you ready? Conduction fingers. A one-a, a two-a, a three-a. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mad Buns. Happy birthday to you. And we'll look over your fella too as a birthday gift just special for you. I can't breathe though, so I may have to pause myself here for a second. Why are you disagreeing? Are you disagreeing with my birthday wishes that I'm sending? What is this nonsense? You can't do that. That's not allowed. That's not even allowed. But happy birthday, I say, and then have to pause myself so I can blow my nose.
I'm gonna give everyone 1 hair flowers for being so kind. And throw rocks at Mad Buns for her special day.
Gary, why are you throwing rocks at Mad Buns? Does Mad Buns want rocks? Oh, that was Mad Buns that redeemed that. I was like, what? Why would you throw rocks at someone for their birthday, Gary? Jesus. No, you didn't break the streamer. Streamer had to take a break to blow nose. Rocks do not equal confetti. This is true. Rocks will hurt if they hit you. Do not throw rocks, Gary. That's like elementary school. Like, first thing they teach you is do not throw rocks on the playground. Broken bones build character. I wholly disagree. Broken bones lead you to having more issues later in life. Don't do it. Don't fall for it. If you could go your whole life without breaking a bone, do it. Do it. Do your best to do that. I know it sounds really cool and fun and like something you want to be a part of. Don't do it. Don't join the Broken Bone Club. It's not worth it. Let me tell you, someone who's broken many a bone, it ain't worth it. Don't do it. Don't fall for it. Unless if you want to be stoned? Who in the world would want to be stoned, Selma? What kind of statement is that? I don't think there's anybody who wants that, actually, genuinely. It hurts. It is not fun, I would imagine. Like, at all. No. Don't do it. Source, I've broken 7 bones. Don't do it. Source, I've broken... Well, I mean, if we're counting it once as 1 bone break, that I would technically have only had 2 bone break situations, but if we're counting all the bones that were broken, the one time I broke bones, I think I broke 7 bones in my foot all at once. And I did that by tripping up the stairs. So before you think I did anything cool, I broke many a bone in my foot, and a dumb man, no! Wow! That was a really high throw there. Were those your bones or someone else's bones? God, I wish they were someone else's bones. No, they were mine. My ankle is so goofed up. It's all the same ankle that I tore ligaments into later in life. I tripped up the stairs on Thanksgiving and just like eradicated my ankle. Wow! I eradicated my ankle, and then like 5 years later playing field hockey, I tore a ligament in that ankle. My right ankle's been through it, let me tell you. Can now tell the weather in my elbow. Yeah, I can tell the weather in my hips. It's great. Bad ankle gang. Yep. Mm-hmm. I think I've sprained my ankle probably hundreds of times also, especially when I was younger. I haven't done it a lot recently, but when I was younger, I sprained my ankle constantly. We love weak little ankles. Anyways, hey, we should focus. We have a Monday, a rare opportunity, a Monday that is normal. What is this? So strange. I say normal as if that means anything, but a Monday where I'm like only marginally sick and I guess I'm still kind of sick and still kind of tired, but we're gonna have a normal week this week. Normal schedule, our first time in a while. And we're actually going to do this week the things we say we're going to do, which is crazy. We're doing a redo of last week, kind of, because last week we were supposed to finish the Date Everything character tier list and do the rest of the Clown Miku review, but neither of those things actually occurred. This week, I promise to you, they will occur. I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna make it real. We're gonna get all of that done. But wait, if it's normal and it's not normal, does that make it abnormal? We've had a new normal going on recently. The new normal has been Squiiji only having 2 streams a week, or having 3 but they're on strange days, or just having to change the schedule during the week. That had been the normal for like most of the summer. But Joby starts teaching again next week. We gotta lock back into our rest of the year schedule and how things go when it's not the summer. Or we can continue chatting for 3 hours. Not today. Not today, finger waggles at you. Not today, we will be doing 3D VTuber design critiques, but I do have just like a little bit of housekeeping first, which is our little bit of housekeeping. I was supposed to onboard our new mods on Friday, but my illness said no. My illness said you're actually gonna go to sleep post-haste immediately. So tomorrow and Wednesday, we'll be doing a little bit of onboarding of new mods. So Shroommates, make sure you are nice and kind and welcoming to them. I was like, welcome in the new mods, but I'm saying that as if you guys aren't already familiar with the people who are going to be the mods. They're already familiar faces around the Shroom State. So intriguing. Place your guesses, place your bets as to who you think has joined the team. Do that on your own, because I will neither confirm nor deny until you see them as a reality tomorrow and Wednesday. So that'll happen. That's housekeeping. Also housekeeping, I should have waited until it showed up here properly, but we do have our next extra credit happening. New extra credit, which is that we are redesigning our Zero-chans from back in like, what was that, March? We're redesigning our Zero-chans, the designs who were made to be a 0 out of 10 on our character design, character design rubric. I lost the word rubric for a second, that was good. We're redesigning them in an attempt to make them a 10 out of 10. We're going to try and retain the essence of what made them that character. Wow! And we're going to redesign them. Oink! Keeping that in mind. And you don't have to redesign your own. You can pick any of them to redesign. I already picked the one that I'm gonna redesign, so I've made my choice. Where is it? Come on, give me the little icon here. If you would like to participate in this, if you do if you type exclamation point, that's a really hard word to say today for some reason. If you type exclamation point, extra credit in the chat, then it'll redirect you in the right direction. Why is that such a hard thing to say? Did any of them end up actually being a 0 out of 10? Yeah, I think we awarded a 0 out of 10 to 2 or 3 of them, maybe? There were only a couple. Very few received the trophy for being truly a 0 out of 10. But there were a couple of them at the very least. But I don't remember who got it. I feel like I remember Iris got one? I don't know. Salty about my 1.5 score. That's a really good emote there. So, were there any other things I had? I don't think there were any other ones that I had for housekeeping, so I think that means we get started. Yippee! Let's go to the room where it happens. New goal, get a -1. I don't think that's possible. That'd be crazy. Imagine you deal me so much psychic damage that I remove a point that doesn't even exist. That'd be crazy. I somehow got an 8 out of 10 on the 0 out of 10, which is tragic. I think that the trouble that a lot of us had with the 0 out of 10 design challenge was that we were trying things we wouldn't normally try, and therefore, because we were thinking outside the box, we accidentally ended up cooking. We accidentally ended up creating things that were really cool and fantastic and neat. Because we weren't holding ourselves back with sort of like the predetermined expectations we tend to have. Yeah, Salma getting a 7.5 out of 10. I feel like it's because we were like broadening our horizons and not being trapped by what we think is good design. We were allowing ourselves to just experiment and play around and have fun. I think that's what happened, potentially. Don't know. But yeah, here is our rubric. Here's our rubric. Here's our personification of the rubric, otherwise known as Rubric 10, drawn by Ririku. Look at this cute little creature. I thought this was a horse for a second, but I think it may be, yeah, a troll, as Ririku has said. Cute little creature. We've got the reference to the grid pattern and the skirt by abysmal red and green colors that I tend to use. Smattered throughout the design. So very cute. So very cute. So, here is the rubric that I use for character design, especially for Vtubers, because what is a Vtuber if not a funny little character that we, you know, impersonate ourselves? So, wow, my brain is so empty. I was like, how do I start this normally? Oh, EG, maybe you're less recovered than you think you are. Here's the rubric. We use this rubric in an attempt to be as objective as possible, to remove our bias from the equation as much as we can. There are 5 categories that we can award up to 2 points for each of. Those categories being color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept and motifs. Look, I still got it. I still got it. I still got it. There's also extra credit points we can award for up to a total maximum score of 13 out of 10, which is crazy, which I don't think we've ever actually given, but that is possible. So, in order to get full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, and well executed and work at a distance. You will get no points for color palette if you have major instances of low contrast, of clashing, if I'm slapping you with color layers left and right. For silhouette, you will get full points if the silhouette is unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. If I can look at your silhouette and know exactly who you are just based on that, you pass. However, you fail if the silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, or if I can draw a ladder on top of you with a horizontal mark for a rung, everywhere there's a major point of contrast horizontally in your form, and I get a ladder that I could feasibly climb, no points. That was a really good thumbs down. Good hand tracking today. Oh, okay, gloop it up does not work. Thank you, good to note. No gloop today, not allowed. There we go. I'm gloopy enough as is from my illness. I don't need any more gloop. Thank you, though, Alive. I appreciate your effort. For complexity versus clarity, to get full points, the model should be well balanced in terms of its level of detail. The detail should support the focal point without being excessive, and I should be able to make you into a cute little marketable plush without losing every element of what makes you, you. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity if the model is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness. For focal points to get full points, they should be well executed. The focal points are, you know it, you love it, the eyeballs. We know this deep down in our hearts to be the truth. It is the eyeballs. It should be the face. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and the face is how we form a connection. Especially as a VTuber. We are connecting to you, the viewer, through the internet. The focal points, you will get no points for focal points, rather, if they are fully lost due to low contrast. You can have multiple focal points in a design, but the face should be the primary one. Yeah. Believe it. Then also, for concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. What this means is that there should be a couple key points of information conveyed visually by the design. These things include the species of your creature, the personality of your creature, the occupation of your creature, the maybe like cultural background of your creature. I should determine many of these things just by looking at a design in order for the design to be working effectively to convey the concept. You will get no points for concept if the concept is unclear or if you just don't have one. Yeah. Then for bonus points, we can award a bonus point for having a super compelling, unique, or just well-executed concept, for having a unique, exciting art style, or if I put you on the fridge. This is where I'm allowed a little bit of personal bias. Just a little bit, I can put you on the fridge. Yes, I am short, don't do that. I know I'm short. Making a container for Gold Ship is harder than I originally thought. What are you doing for Gold Ship? What are you doing to her? Why are you trying to contain her? Wait. I don't know if I told you guys this. I may have successfully kind of gotten Jubby into Umo Musume through Gold Ship, which is fantastic. I'm very happy about it. I'm very happy with this development. We're starting season 2 of the anime this week, which is good. I'm looking forward to it. I hear season 2 is better than season 1, so I'm intrigued and excited to see. Golshi is uncontainable. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I'm wondering what Selma means by that. But yeah, the horse girls are winning. Also, the things that happen in the game, I hear that there's like the championship event approaching. I don't care. I'm just here for the story. I'm just gonna draw my Taiki shuttle and I'm just going to hang out with my horses and everything's going to be okay. A little box to keep her in, but the instructions failed me. Oh, do you have a figurine of her? Is that what you mean? You're trying to contain a figure, maybe, question mark? That makes sense. I can see. What if the species is made up? I have a concept, it's just a human-made monster. If the concept is made up, I mean, there's some amount of allowance we give for, like, in-universe explanations for things sometimes. So, like, if it is a human-made monster, as long as if you say, okay, this is a monster that's based on maybe XYZ animals or XYZ concepts, and we can determine that those animals or concepts are visually integrated in the design, then that would make sense. Then we can see that, and that's okay. But otherwise, yeah. So here, as we go to lock in and start doing our crits, number 1 thing to do, let's take roll. I've been forgetting to take roll recently, so we should take roll. Make sure I take roll. You scroll back in time. You go back and see who was here for a roll today. Nenomino, Thimblestitch, Mad Buns, Whooshy, Bugs, Chili the Valley. Oh, I see you all throwing things at me now. Hi, Bleak. Manzana, Lady Danger, Edward, Dia, Innocent, Selma, Striker, Seasonal Sade, I Like to Thrive, Elder Shade Lee, scrolling up, Steel, Art Fun, still scrolling up, Star Heron, and then all the ones just now. Winter Starlight, Pandora's Marine, Nilo, Rex, Chase, Ember, Cleeper, YouTube Showmates, I see Callie, I see Ivy, On It Butter, also, Sai, how do you say your name? I feel like I've been saying your name wrong this whole time. Is it Sai? Sai? How, can you elucidate me into the pronunciation, please? Also, Stellar Sketching, hello. Look, I don't train wit for a reason, and this is the result. Oh, you should train wit just a little bit, Selma. It helps with the skill execution. You're horse girl, and you yourself will not use the skill if you don't have the wit for it. Come on, go for it. Train a little bit of wit. Train at least 400 wit, if you will. I don't know either, to be honest. Oh, that's actually really funny. That's fantastic that you don't know either, so I won't worry about it, but I love how often I've gotten the response of, hey, Tremaine, how do you pronounce your name? And the response is, I don't know. we could process elimination and say that I said it as Sai, and if you listen to other streamers say it, maybe they'll have an idea, and we can take the collective decision as to how to pronounce your name. We can crowdsource a pronunciation for your name. Hi, Dantian also. Sigmir D. Wind Heltzman, thank you for following also. So, okay, role taken. Also, lurkers, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Don't worry, you've been marked down. Also, VOD watchers, thank you for also being here. I also appreciate you as well. Now, bingo, next. Man, am I gonna win bingo this time? Am I gonna get a bingo? One of these days, instead of polling how many designs we'll get through, we should poll whether or not Squiiji will win bingo as our funny little thing that we do for Gamba, maybe. Mom recently asked what's the deep meaning behind bleak anyway. I had to tell her it was just oblique without the O. Oh my god, is it really? I feel like I had just assumed it was a name, because I feel like I've heard of the word bleak as being a name before. But that is intriguing. Took the words out of my fingers? I can't do that. I'm not capable of taking words from your fingers. I don't even know what that means. Yeah, so wait, hang on, there's bingo. Let me pin bingo here so that way other people can join bingo if they want. Hey YouTube, do you want to play bingo? You can play bingo if you want. I'm gonna play bingo, and I'm gonna lose at bingo for the 100th time probably, but it's okay. We stay silly. Doesn't matter if we win or lose. It's all just about having fun. I say, as if I am not in some way still kind of wounded by the fact that I have not been winning. Just about to type it, but you beat me. Oh, okay, there you go. Makes sense. I see. I understand. So bingo, and then Gamba as our final today. Do we want a Gamba about whether or not I will win bingo, or do you want a Gamba about how many designs I'll get through? We can do the usual, or we can spice it up. We can do things ever so slightly differently. We like consistency, or do we want something slightly different? Usual bingo. Okay, hang on. So we'll do a numbers poll real quick here. So if you want me to do the usual, which is guess how many designs we'll get through, type 1. If you want to Gamba based on whether or not EG will finally win bingo, type 2. Go. Type numbers. Okay. Oh, okay. Lots of 1s so far. Oh, wait, hang on. Equal amounts of 2, slightly more 1s still. Okay, wait, even amounts of 2. Oh no, it's very 50-50. It is very 50-50. Whoa. Curious. How intriguing. That. Let me count actually. So 3, 2. Oh no. It is like actually exactly even. How did this happen? Guys, how did you do like an exact 50-50 on this? Let's try a poll to see if I can get like an actual result here. That's crazy though. What should we Gamba over today? I thought the 1 or 2 would be a really easy way of doing that quickly. It was not. We'll have a minute. The usual. Wait, how many? Good spelling, AG. How many designs we'll get through? I can't actually type all those letters. That's not allowed, I guess. How many designs or will EG win bingo? There we go. Okay, let me just put it on YouTube also. It was so funny that it was exactly 50-50. How did that happen? There we go. Copy and paste. Meep. Whap. Meep. Whap. There. Poll started. While we're critiquing the first design, I'll come back and do that. Sadly, I can't have 2 Gamba happening at the same time, unfortunately. What can you do? Not too fast, got dizzy. Be careful, make sure you're drinking enough liquids, please. Also, Mad Buns immediately with the skip the design crit queue. Mad Buns, I will search and find you. We'll start with our 3D fellas, so that way we make sure that I get to the fellas who are on the thumbnail, and then we will do you as number 4 today. Yeah, got to, don't worry. Let me find and download you though, so that way you'll be next. That's actually what I'll do while the poll is happening. I will find Mad Buns. Just redeeming it now so you don't forget. Honestly, understandable. Mad Buns, did you submit under Mad Buns? I'm going to guess, potentially, hopefully, theoretically. 1. Let's see. M-A-D-B-U-N, yeah.
Hey gamers, it's your boy Gary here.
Hi,
I
Gary.
thank you for your concrete offering to keep the poll at an exact 50-50. You guys somehow found some of the good stuff.
What? Some of what good stuff? What are you talking about there? What are you talking about there, fella? Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on, Mad Buns. I might need you to clarify. Do I have 2 submissions from you? Hang on. I think I might have 2 submissions from you, but I can't find. Hang on, I can't find you. What's happening? Mad Buns, there's 2 submissions. But I can't tell if they're any different. Oh, I haven't sent it? I'll send it.
Question
Oh,
for
okay,
chat.
bet.
Do
That
you
works.
prefer
Okay.
your concrete liquid, damp, or dry? So if you're ready, and if you'll let me, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. You won't regret me, Champagne confetti, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D.
This vaguely is reminiscent of a song, but I can't think of what the song is now. Gary, what? Yeah, huh? Gary, what is going on right now? You're asking many interesting questions. I'm glad that everyone's applauding you for your fantastic singing. What is that song? Oh, Jungkook's song? What is that song called? I feel like I did hear this on like TikTok or something recently. I know it was somewhere in the relationship of the world of K-pop, potentially. Jungkook 3D. Oh, it's just called 3D? Okay. Good for you, man. Intriguing. Also topical. I'll give you that much, Gary. That was a topical suggestion for today. So we'll take that. We'll accept that. Oh, I didn't even see what the poll result was. What was the poll result? No! Where did the poll go? It doesn't tell me in the overlay what the result of the poll was. Did anyone happen to notice what the result of the poll was? 13 for usual. I'm pretty sure it was 2. Wait, bingo won? Bingo won. Hang on, check this one also. Yeah, okay, seems consistently across both of them. Bingo win is what it was. Let me... Prediction. Uh-oh, I'm not on my computer. It's okay. Click on it again and it might re-show it. It didn't, unfortunately. It did not. There we go. Hang on, we'll do that. Yeah, start prediction. Prediction will be... Will EG win character design trope bingo today? Yes. No. And just to give you a little bit of context for this, I don't think I've won. Oh, I have 4 characters too many. I don't think I've actually won the bingo since like May. I think it's been months since I won. So here, we'll do a new poll for YouTube also so they can. But who knows? Maybe we'll get a bingo today. There's no way of knowing because theoretically some of you guys win every stream. Somebody wins every stream. There. This is truly gonna be a hard to guess one. Once a poll is closed, it cannot be seen. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. We had a maybe option. What would a maybe option imply about winning bingo? What would qualify as a maybe win? So you're due for a win then. Yeah, we love Gambler's Fallacy. I think I am due for a win, however. So here, let's get started. Already I'm off to a great start because here's my bingo card. Here's my bingo card. I'll show you it. Actually, wait, I shouldn't show you it because then that'll affect your guesses, but or your gamba. But I'm already at least getting I actually might get bingo on the first character. That would be crazy, actually. Please do not win the first time I took part. Maybe equals lots of 4s, but no win. That would be too complicated. So, okay. Let's get started. We'll see if I get bingo, but I already am only 2 away from bingo after, like, looking at this design for, like, 30 seconds. So I'm hopeful, actually. I'm hopeful that I will get bingo today. This is Jua, she/her, at Chan_Jua. This is a Menhera-themed cat. And the question is, are the colors balanced or do some parts feel lacking? Also, the design overall just too much. Intriguing. Also, Ember House, thank you for following. Also, not you guys saying rigged. Also, especially not you saying rigged when you didn't even gamba. You're goofy. So silly. Losing all your life savings over and over and over again means you're a pro gambler. No, not true. I don't think that's what that means. The house always wins, as they say. I am the house. But I never win bingo. So, Menhera. Truemates, are you guys familiar with what Menhera is? You guys know what that word means? Because I am Googling it just to make sure I fully understand what it means, but I believe I know what Menhera means. Doubters, we have to stall? Why are you stalling? What do you mean? Gee, that bingo win. Interesting. Mental health themed subculture, I think? Yeah! Menhera, M-E-N-H-E-R-A. Yes, mentally unwell or mentally struggling. It is a aesthetic style based around like a character who is like emotionally unstable and in poor mental health. It is, yeah, I think it literally means that, which is something that I have never quite understood the allure for designing a character around. But technically, like, if we're being honest, technically, like, Shiori of Hololive has a Menhera design, despite not actually being, like, playing a character that's Menhera. So to some, it might just be aesthetic, and it doesn't actually have to do with those angles. People still are on Hara Urara despite her losing all the time, so think of it like this. Oh, we're talking about gambling, not talking about Menhera. Aesthetic based around mental illness, kawaii culture, traditionally morbid concepts turned cute. Yeah, so we're going to, I'm going to run under the assumption that for the most part, people who are playing characters that are Menhera in their aesthetics aren't necessarily that way in personality. 5 of I can fix her or something. That could also be part of it, but I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page about what that may or may not mean. And often in depictions of this, it does include things like pills or some amount of like harm, like self-harm or something, or clothing that's like a little bit more tattered or darker. Sometimes there's also like more like medical equipment involved in it and stuff like that. So just be aware that there might be a little bit of conversation surrounding this that might be a little bit unsavory for some people potentially. And here I think about motifs related to being ill or sickness, like pills or bandages. Yeah, so for this design, that is the reasoning for bloody bandages on the arm, also a necklace that is a razor blade, I would guess. So yeah, not so cozy. It's, I guess, the juxtaposition between things that we think of as being cute and fluffy and kawaii, but also at the same time having like darker notes combined therein. Yeah, so I think I can see the hint that that is occurring here, if only just because of the inclusion of the razor blade and the damaged arm. Japanese emo in a lot of ways, just this generation's version of emo subculture, often focused on the darker sides of humanity and rebelling against society's everything is fine culture? Maybe. Think of the popular game Needy Streamer Overload. I don't know very much about that game, unfortunately. Also the knife on the skirt. Oh, there is a knife on the skirt. The knife is a little bit, it's attached to the belt. It's a little low contrast, but I do see that, yes. That is a knife. Could be cute. Always found the term Menhera to be kind of mean-spirited. I mean, if people are referring to themselves that way, then I think that that's probably fine. But yeah, maybe don't refer to other people that way if they are not calling themselves that. But yeah, just so that we were aware for our discussion here, there may be some things relating to that topic brought in here. But I will say that that does leave me in a strange position as to particularly knowing what to suggest as far as pushing that concept or not. Because the things that would probably be traditionally suggested of like, oh, to push that, or like kind of unsavory things to suggest in a design, yeah, what have I got myself into maybe as I am saying that conceptually? So we may have to try and figure out how to discuss concept for this one in a way where I guess we can push the Menhera angle if we want to, but that is going to be pushing concept angles that may be uncomfortable for some people. So just be aware. Yeah, we're starting with a doozy. But so we'll circle back on that one. We'll circle back on that. We'll talk about the other things that are going on here first, which is first, color palette. So I saw somebody say trans flag potentially, which maybe potentially, but it is pink, blue, black, white. So pink and blue are kind of in similar proportioning. Very okay. I don't really have any particular suggestions for the color palette, other than the fact that I think that the hair probably needs a little bit more contrast. A lot of the time in 3D, when we're doing hair especially, the hair tends to be one texture that we're just using different little pieces of. I would make a guess, especially like models that are coming out of Vroid tend to do that. So my suggestion based in that is to have at least 2 hair textures if you're doing a Vroid model, or even just regularly a 3D model, where you have one that is the base texture that we use for all the front pieces of the hair, and then you have a second one that you use for like further back pieces of the hair, or just like darker pieces where it's just higher contrast, or you bring in the shading colors just a bit more. Just because the clarity isn't super fantastic, maybe between where the hair is overlapping with the ears. And I am also interested, it looks to me almost like this might be using hair to construct the ears, which is clever. I love to see Vroid hair being used for miscellaneous purposes like that. But based on I do think you need a different texture probably for the ears, because right now the ears look like they're constructed out of hair physically. So that might also be a suggestion to be made here. So let me make them a little bit more solid color. Right now they look like they're made of hair. I do appreciate how much modeling this person has also done, theoretically, with the hair also. Do you see the little earrings in there? That takes a lot of effort. You've got to make these really specific little meshes you can draw things around. It's nice. That's a good consideration to make. So let me cover that there a little bit. But the thing I have to say on top of that is that a lot of these little rings and stuff, I can't really see very well from a distance. They're kind of small. So I would suggest making them bigger and more exaggerated if you can. Yeah, I feel Ryuku, similar vibe here of, yeah, more exaggeration. Everything sits close to the body. I think that is, unfortunately, a result of Vroid, in that there is not going to be a lot of variety in the shape of things. However, the thing that I push for everyone who is making a model in Vroid to try is try just editing your model a little bit in Blender, just a little bit. Rainhat has fantastic tutorials on how you can do little things to your 3D model that comes out of Vroid just to push it that extra mile, where if you go into Blender, you can drop a edge loop right here on the sleeve and then say, okay, well now we're gonna bulge this out a little bit more. So there's a little bit more variety in that edge. Or, you know, we've got these like fluffy leg warmers here. There's definitely already some geometry supporting it. I think they're using the like wrinkled pants texture. But you can take those points and just drag them further out from the body and make them more exaggerated. And we could even tuck like this in closer, so that way where this is much wider at the base has a lot more distinction. These shoes are really cute though. Cute little kitty cat slippers. Even though, like, same deal with like the bows too. The bows I'm interested to know how they made, because it looks like the bow is wrapping around the hair. But I would say even the bow could use to probably be a little bit more exaggerated and bigger. Oh, this would be hard to see because we're against a blue background, but like, they are adding something to the silhouette, but they could add even more if we just made them a little bigger, which maybe you can do that in Vroid if they were made using hair, but if you can't do it in Vroid, try Blender. Rainhet, R-A-I-N-H-E-T, is the person who makes who has tutorials on upgrading your Vroid model. Maybe I should just make them so that I can make that as a video so that I can point people in that direction also. But I like Rainhet's tutorial, and I followed Rainhet's tutorial when I was learning myself. So I like to promote Rainhet a little bit. But like, more exaggeration in your shapes. This bow shape isn't super specific. We could make the bow shape a little bit more specific. Woo, there we go. And bigger and chunkier so that it's adding more to the silhouette. Make the earrings bigger if possible. For your necklace, it's just sort of like a thin line right now, but it'll feel like there's more weight to it. It'll feel a little more realistic if you even just give it like the subtlest of like beading or chaining happening. This might also need to just be on its own separate layer above the body. I know in Vroid it'll probably make it look like it's floating over your shoulders, but put it on a clothing layer. And then if you can go into Blender then after, you can push it down around the shoulders, so it's not doing that. And my general critique for Vroid is usually add as many clothing like items as you can. Don't draw things onto the skin if possible. Draw things onto a clothing layer and layer them. You can have multiple layers of clothing in Vroid now and make use of it. Do it. Make use of it, because the things that make 3D models feel really high quality is when they have a lot of variation in their edges like this. When it looks like something is painted onto the skin, or when it looks like all the clothing is just painted on textures, it doesn't look like it's as high quality a lot of the time, but Vroid does have the ability for us to layer things now. So we should be making use of that, because you've already done it with your little belts for your skirt. So definitely do some more of that for, even if it's just like your little tank top underneath. More! Give me more! Yeah! Learn something new today. Yeah, we're learning. Do you have a clothing tutorial set that you would suggest? Only recently started drawing clothing out of necessity. Clothing tutorial. Do you mean for like Vroid or for 3D? I don't know if I have one off the top of my head. I might have to think about that for a little bit. Maybe an eye patch, bolder eye makeup, altering the eyes, making them a little more sad or tired. A little more for the Menhera theme. Yeah, we'll get a little bit more into the concept angle. I was trying to go through silhouette right now, because pigtails, good for silhouette. The bow, good for silhouette. Honestly, I want it to be more exaggerated so it can be even stronger for silhouette. The tail coming down into a nice little heart shape is also good for the silhouette. But a lot of the stuff for the silhouette is just taking what we have here. You've got all the makings of a great silhouette. We just have to take all those little parts and exaggerate them up a little bit more. Make things have more emphasis in their shape. Oh, see, there you go. You have some emphasis happening here. I'm wondering if this model might actually be slightly edited, because there is this little pull-in happening around the top of the thigh. Interesting, because I don't think that's something you can do in Vroid, just base Vroid. Intriguing. If that's the case, more of that. But yeah, that's a good step in the right direction, having some more of that variety happening in the upper thigh. A lot of these critiques can be attributed to lack of experimentation with the medium. Yeah, I would agree, but that's why I'm here to point it out, is to point out how we can experiment more with it. Vroid is definitely one of those things where it has a learning curve and it can be kind of intimidating, but it does reward trying things that are sort of outside the box and sort of pushing the boundaries. A lot of the sliders that are in Vroid for the parameters are suggestions. You can totally go above and beyond the scale of them also for a basis too. So just we are talking about some of the technical things that are occurring, but generally this character design does need more exaggeration, I would say, in the silhouette. Vroid, you need to a texture have the infamous Vroid style. Yeah, but I feel like that's less of a trouble these days. I feel like that was more of a trouble when we were in the beta, potentially. Cat unicorn with wings and hooves entirely in Vroid. Oh yeah, sky is the limit. I've seen some really fantastic Vroid models that look like they're totally made from scratch. It's just all about how you use it, which is why we're sort of getting into some of these elements here. So, oh hi Zany. So, silhouette, exaggerate more with your shapes. This shirt could stick out further from the body and be chunkier, and that would add to the silhouette in an interesting manner. Same deal with, honestly, just a lot of the things happening here. It's just if there was more variety. These little rings, I have a feeling that they're drawn on right now, but you could use the hair to sculpt those also and then do a bone weight transfer in Unity, which I'm assuming is what you already had to do for the tail. So, bone weight transfer. Your knife. Right now, the fact that the knife isn't really breaking the lower edge of the skirt is not really helping with clarity a lot for the knife. But I feel like we should bring it down to give it more exaggeration, give it a stronger shape. And then for the handle, someone else has suggested making it blue or making it a color that'll make it stand out more against your skirt. Because right now it is getting a little bit lost. Man, that is very much like a cooking mama kind of knife right now. Even bigger and scarier knife, yes. Dangling a knife from your belt is incredibly dangerous, so do be careful. Add a little heart to the knife, yeah. So the other thing that I'm thinking about is what can we do to sort of combine those sort of creepy and cute elements and incorporate more of the elements of Menhera into the physicality of the design, where this is a t-shirt with a nice black, like dark metal font on it that says something. Can you read that? C-H-A... I read it better here. C-H-A-M? Can you read this? I can't read what it says. Something, I thought it said something with chat, which would be funny. Is it Jua Chat? Oh wait, it might be their name. It very well may be their name. That is an N. You're right, I think it is Jua Chan. But we could take this sort of like text stylization here, and we can incorporate that into the clothing too, where, you know, I feel like one of the elements that often will make a design feel maybe a little bit more Menhera is there is that sort of like stringy, torn up texture you can just buy clothing with. They make clothing that already has this sort of wear on it because it's fashionable, almost like ripped jeans are. So you could incorporate more of having these like stringy, like wobbly lines that are really long and exaggerated into the clothing itself, and that would help A, with more silhouette things, and B, incorporating more of that angle into the design itself. Also, I find the concept of having your name on a shirt so funny. Low-key, me almost wearing my own merch to Otakon. Honestly, not that crazy though, of a thing, especially for a VTuber. To wear something that has your own name on it. I see Nilo saying putting a heart onto the handle. Oh wait, hang on. I could maybe, wait, there's a couple of things happening here. I feel like the knife handle is too short, first off. So we might want to make it longer, but at the same time, we could make the little hole where the thing is going through. That could be a heart, where the ring is going through it. You could also, yeah, cheese knife with heart cutouts. Yeah, you could have all kinds of heart-shaped little cutouts. I know people put cutouts in the back sides of like blades and stuff sometimes. So you could do that if you wanted. But yeah, make things cute. Make everything cutesier. Also, I remember somebody said something about having a skirt suggestion in live suggestions that I, for some reason, forgot to look at. Yeah, Eldritch Shadely. Whoa! Whoa! Yes, knife suggestion! Wait! Yes! Oh my god, look at these knives. Look at these knives! This is exactly what we want for this. These are crazy! I love these! What the heck? These are awesome! Thank you for the suggestion for these. This is fantastic. This is everything we want. This adds so much more specificity to the knives, but then I feel like we could replicate some of that happening elsewhere in the design too, where like, hang on, if I were to, hang on, make those little like cutout bits. Oh, hang on, trying to draw a heart in like inverse is hard. Like, this seems so not structurally sound for a knife, but I feel like structural soundness is the least of our worries in this case. That is so lovely. Is there anything else going on with it? Hang on, let me come back to it. There's like little drawings on it. The knife handle having stripes on it makes it so cutesy. Also, like I feel like there's so much mileage we could get out of that motif also, of having heart-shaped cutouts happening in things, like, you know, down here where there's like these little bits where I was having it be like little pools in it. We could even have tears that are heart-shaped in the clothing, and then, you know, you get your little like, whoops, hang on, stringy bits going through it. Like they're tears, but they're tears that are shaped like hearts. Big brain time, yeah. Battle between form and function giving some ground here, yeah. Yes. I want more of that happening throughout the design. Also, on top of that, I do think that we were just with the knife, we were saying there's a little bit of clarity trouble we're having. I think that something else that's happening here, as far as clarity goes, is that we are using pure black, more or less, in the glove. Or it's not actually like fully a pure black, but it's the darkest color, and there's no other colors being used within it, no other values. So we can't make out what's going on with the hand, and I know that that can be very hard to know how to handle in 3D. Hands specifically, figuring out where to put the shading can be really strange, but as sort of a general rule of thumb, it often works best in 3D if you keep the shading for fingers just between the fingers, and then you leave like that big like spot in the palm, sort of dark, where you have like that like 7-shaped intersection in the center of the hand. Heart cat paw gloves. Oh yeah, hang on, we were gonna get into some suggestions there. I'm just trying to make it lighter so I can see where the parts of the fingers are. And then you can leave it dark where it's going up the sleeve. We do, just for clarity's sake, need a little bit more variety, potentially, in the shading for the hand, so we can make out where the fingies are. But yeah, we could have heart cat paw gloves, where you could have a nice heart in like the center of the hand, and then you could have like the fingerprints in the center, like going around it too. I'm not doing a great job of drawing it just because it's covered right now, but that could be cute. Adding a little bit of a cat angle. What does a cat paw skeleton look like? Oh, you could put that on the backside maybe too, if you had like the little like bones on the backside. Tracing just where the fingers are and stuff like that. That could be potential. Do we get reverb on that line? I don't think so. Heart-shaped hole punches in the bottom of into the skirt. Yeah! We're increasing the quantity of things that are referencing that motif. Heart, and we can add some variety too. They don't all have to be the same size. You could even have lace that is sort of heart themed too, but yeah, there's a whole number of ways we could incorporate that more into the design, and I think it would be good to add that. If we make it more edgy, make it a broken heart, that's true. Oh, my heart is so broken that it's impacting my skirt. No. Design is Manhera theme, some potentially triggering motifs. Yeah, yes. I don't think that Twitch itself is going to have any trouble with just what this design looks like, but as far as just themes go about it, we do just need to be careful about it a little bit too. And a 3D model of the weapon added to Discord. Wait. Whoa! So made a 3D model by Oshinoko of a giant, that's like a cleaver with the hearts and like the blade edge of it. That's crazy. Interesting. Manhera styles also usually include hair clips. I am seeing that. I did Google Manhera just to see it, and it does seem like having the stripes, especially for like an arm warmer or a leg warmer, is pretty common. Wow, it really is like scene. This art style is like scene meets Lolita almost, which is very interesting. But yeah, there are a lot of hair clips happening. Lots of inverted crosses also, which is interesting. Sword breaking. Whoa. That's pretty hardcore. I was making the necklace thicker, but we could probably, yeah, maybe even go thicker than what I did. I was trying to make it look like, you know those metal beads that you get? I don't even know if they're called metal beads, but you know that sort of metal beaded chain that like dog tags are on and stuff like that? I feel like that would work well as a style for this necklace, potentially. Necklace thicker and bolder, choking aspect more apparent. Oh, do you mean this one? We could do that too. I do see a lot of the chokers also tend to have some sort of pendant on them, and I'm surprised that a lot of the pendants I'm seeing are like inverted crosses and stuff like that. Or like they've got like pill shapes on them, hearts, oh, there's some like eyeballs and stuff, lollipops. Interesting. There's a lot of variety. Skull hair clip. Yeah, having a couple of hair clips might be nice. I was making the earrings darker. You know what we could also do for the earrings? Make them hearts. They don't have to be. But make them hearts or make them some other shape that references this aesthetic. Some of the other things I was seeing were crosses and stuff, so you could have that if you want also on the earrings. That way they feel a little more specific, a little bit more asymmetrical. Some kind of pendant for this one, or you could even have like another smaller, shorter necklace in here. It seems like the men hairstyle is a little bit more maximalist also than what we're seeing in this particular depiction too. So it might also require finding some of those other motifs to pull from a little more. Oh, the bows seem kind of common. Maybe you could stick a like bow on here or something. More variety! You could even make the bow out of hair! Yeah! Stream is a whole new dimension to it. I'll see myself out. No, don't go! Hi, Bolts! No! Hi, Bolts, how are you? Good puns. We do welcome the puns here. I wouldn't make you leave for that. Yeah, here. What is we can do like a cat skull even. Because cat skulls, aren't they sort of shaped like... Actually, that's not what a cat skull looks like. I should stop before I get ahead of myself. I got aphantasia. I should not be trying to draw what a cat skull looks like from memory. Oh wait, I'm actually not that far off. I actually did kind of okay. I was only gonna draw the top part. But like a side view of a cat skull where we could have like the eye hole be a heart. Here's the nose, right? And then you get your like teeth and stuff. Yeah. I thought my character was pushing the ratio of the channel. Oh, the rating. Honestly, we push the rating of the channel quite frequently. If we're being so honest, we've looked at many a very saucy design. Put some razor blades somewhere to go with the necklace, like an earring. That's true, we could repeat the razor blade somewhere else also. Maybe that would be good to put on an earring or to put somewhere else too. Hang on, I'm just like putting hair clips in here, just sort of vaguely. Sort of a little more detail around the face. Yeah. I think we're going the right direction here. A little bit of splatter to the base or the bottom of stuff. That's also true. One thing I was going to ask if would be too much maybe, or if would not fit the aesthetic. Something that I appreciate that Danganronpa does specifically is that they use like non-blood colored blood as blood. They use like a neon magenta as blood to, I think, just get around censorship potentially. But at the same time, they could do something like that here where it's something that would prevent them from having troubles with Twitch on that front, where they can have neon magenta something, or just like another bright colored splatter, and it can be like, oh, it's paint, ha 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 ha, but it's not, technically. Seen pink blood, not IRL. I would imagine so, Hoshi. I'd imagine that was not IRL. Or milk. No, Bolts! Get your head out of the gutter! We're not using that color, no. Yeah, no, not white. No. That was never a good idea. I don't know why anyone never thought that was a good idea. Bad idea, terrible idea even. Horrible idea. Use a color. Don't use the absence of color. There's like one whole other color other than red that is probably not a good idea to splatter on designs, and for some reason, man, so many of them do pick that one. Not a good choice. Anyways. Oh, brown is probably not a good choice either. Oh, pink and blue for the trans pride blood? Yeah, maybe. Oh, brown would be really horrible also. Oh, that's concerning. Let me see, if I pick a blue that's like, I wanted to pick that sort of like digital interface blue, like this kind of blue almost, to splatter on things. And I'll cover where the like other blood was for now. And then like it could be on like the bottom edges of certain parts, or like a lot more of it happening like on the legs. Might just be a little bit too strong right now. You know what I mean? Some little stains and drips down onto your shoes. Oh no. Yeah, not yellow either. Actually, you know what? Crazy how many colors actually don't work for this. The longer I think about it. We're making a whole list, and it turns out most colors don't work. Cannot use yellow or brown or red or white. None of those. Pink is good, green is good. Green's gonna look like mucusy. Purple works, I think, yeah. Pink works. All those colors could be potential options for this. Even like the ends of the hair. If you made a specific texture for just the pigtails, you could even have some of that splatter in the pigtails, which might be kind of nice. Sort of break up how they're just sort of big pink chunks right now. That could add a little more variety also. Black blood would be kind of metal. Black blood, oh, Soul Eater reference, oh. 3D can do transparent blood. That's true, 3D can do transparent, so you could have translucency on it also, which could be interesting. It could also glow if you really want it to be, and we can pretend it's like glow stick juice. The other thing I'm seeing that I feel like might be interesting to incorporate into this design is I'm seeing a lot more punk influence in like having like safety pins and stuff like that. And I wonder if that might be something nice for silhouette here too. Would be if you were to take, this would be definitely a Blender thing, but you could take just a flat plane and bisect it through the sleeve here and make little safety pins that are going through, hang on, I didn't really draw that properly, but going through the shirt. So then that'll add a nice little bit of interest in the silhouette here as well, too, which I think could be potentially kind of neat. Why does it feel like I picked a darker color here accidentally somehow? But those, you could use the safety pins as some sort of accessory that's in the hair. I might have made those a little too small. But I feel like only having the motif of hearts be present, other than being a cat, I feel like is doing a disservice to you, unfortunately. I do think you need some other elements that can be repeated, so just so that the heart doesn't start to feel too stale. So that's where we can add safety pins and like repeating the razor shape, or repeating other shapes. Man, you could do a lot with this razor cutout shape too. What if the bottom edge of the skirt followed the pattern of this razor? You see how it like has this thing where it's like this and then two little smaller lumps on either side? We could use that as the edge shape for the cut, like for something, maybe the edge of the bow, the edge of the skirt, the edge of one of the socks, something like that. But sort of all the things I'm suggesting here are just ways to make this, all of the parts of the clothing feel more specific to you. Because they're not bad the way that they are, but they could be more specific. They could be more specific to you. I might even take that thing right there and just do it right here on the sock, just for fun. Big cutout here, and then little, and then little. Oh, that's the pink we were to replace with blue, potentially. Or you could have this sort of like angular edge of the blade. She could be a tiara, that's true, which might fit the aesthetic also. Yeah, seems like there's a lot of potential options here for adding specificity. If you're not super attached to the bows, you could do them as razors or safety clips. Oh my gosh, you could just wear razors in your hair, just stick the hair through the slot in the center, sure. If they were really giant and exaggerated. If you're trying to feel like little, like very small, as in like, you're a small little cat, having big razors in the hair will play with scale in an interesting way too. Having one of the safety pins open could be nice for the harm angle, that's true. Yeah, so conceptually, I see that you have made the hints towards the Menhera angle in the design, but I do think that aesthetically, we can play it up more. There's more we can do with it. So I would push you to incorporate more motifs coming from that aesthetic style, and also like grunge it up a little bit. A lot of things are like more pristine, I feel like, than I would expect from this aesthetic style, with the fact that there could be more splattering, there could be more wear and tear, there could be more specificity in the angles of things. Yeah. No razors in hair equals unintended haircut unless it becomes a feature of the design. I feel like that the whole point is that it's meant to be a feature, that there's some level of leaving things to chance with the safety of the character, potentially. So I feel like that would be built in, but at the same time, if they don't have to be real razors. They could be a hair accessory that looks like a razor. And yeah, it would be kind of fun and campy, maybe. Oh no. Also, I'm at Yen Lumity, thank you for following. Also, The Best Gamer, also thank you for following. Sorry I missed you there. I kind of locked in on the critiques here for this one. I do also think that the band-aid over the face, or over the nose, could use to be a different color. That pink is sort of similar to the skin color in a way that I'm not sure is benefiting right now. Also, do you know what is a really nice thing that you can do to the face with Vroid, or just with 3D models in general, is you can duplicate your bangs and then just push the mesh back a little bit, make it a darker color of like the skin, make it just like something like this or even darker, and then like airbrush out the bottom edge of it, because you can have transparent textures. I don't know if it lets you have transparent textures or like translucent textures right in Vroid, but if you go into Unity, you can airbrush the bottom edge of that out, and then you can get this semi-transparent, like sort of shadow shape that can follow your bangs, because they're rigged to the same bones already if you've duplicated them. It's just a really nice little touch thing, yeah. And yeah, the blue does draw us into the face just a little bit more, but the pink hair, honestly, is doing a lot of the work for us for focal point. So, not a lot of consideration to be made there. Whiskers, but instead it's band-aids. That's also potentially a good idea. If we were to shape these band-aids on the face, instead of being just sort of hanging out on the edge, if we were wearing band-aids that are like this, almost. And then we could do like a lighter colored one or something. Whoops, hang on, they gotta like sort of come in from the center. Like that, and then maybe I'll draw like a pink one or something. Where they're going like that. That's sort of cute. Make the band-aids bigger. Could make the band-aids bigger, that's also true. Vroid doesn't support transparency, but VRM texture replacer makes it very easy to add in. Ah, I see. Also, Unity. I would need to instill into people who are using Vroid that Unity is not something to be scared of. Unity is really easy to work with for Vroid, because the shader that Vroid uses, which is Mtoon, supports transparency and translucency. You just have to switch the material like type essentially in Unity. It's so doable, I promise. Yeah, Unity is free. Editing things in Unity is totally completely free. You can do it. Yeah, Unity's only scary when you start because it looks a little bit complicated, but I promise it is so doable. It is so doable. If I ever, once I get in Cinda's Vroid model that I've been slowly chipping away at to a point where I'm ready to do those edits in Blender and in Unity, I will probably stream that part so I can show you that part of the process. Because it's so doable. I promise it is so doable. I'm also probably gonna like briefly edit some of Incinda's blend shapes and stuff like that too, just to show you that that is a thing that can be done. But right now I am still fighting the fight that is my pen pressure doesn't work in Vroid for some reason, and I think it's a problem with my tablet, where I've heard people can use pen pressure from their drawing tablets in things like Magma or like other programs. My pen pressure, frankly, only works in Blender and in Clip Studio. So unfortunately, I've been kind of stuck, and that's been a slow process, but we'll see. Made a stream on it, I would love that. So I gotta find videos to send to people to explain the whole process. See, I will say the trouble with streaming it is that it's not really good to send to someone because it's me doing in 3 hours what I could probably do in a more pared down, efficient, just like YouTube video, a lot quicker, in like 10 minutes maybe. But like at the same time, I guess if they just enjoy watching something longer winded, that'd be fine. I don't know, I feel like it wasn't super helpful for people who aren't there live to watch a live stream of tinkering like that, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just misassuming. Maybe I'm thinking people need too immediate of solutions and people do like the yapping a little bit more than I ever give them credit for. You're saying the Inquisition needs to put some pressure on your pen? I think that is kind of what I'm saying. So anyways, where were we? What did we not critique here? Let me look. Color palette. I want a little bit more contrast in your hair. Right now, your hair doesn't really go beyond the midtones that far, and I especially would like it sort of on the parts around your pigtails. So that way they feel like they're sitting back further in space. I don't know if I really picked a good color for that, but that way, right now, where they're sort of overlapping with your hair, we're having a little bit of clarity trouble. So just a little bit more depth on your hair shading, potentially, if possible, but that's not too bad. Not too bad. I'd probably put it like here. For concept, we want to see you push that concept a lot further. I think that there are all the right hints to the concept with the Menhera angle. I see that you're a cat girl very clearly, but I want you to push it. Add more motifs. I think that's what we need, is mostly more motifs. For your silhouette, exaggerate. Take that model into Blender. I promise you can do it. I promise you can do it. Take that model into Blender and exaggerate some of those edges if you can. For complexity versus clarity, we were adding just a little bit more detail, but I feel like your detail level is okay for the most part. You're a little pared down. I feel like the excuse that Menhera styles tend to be a little bit more exaggerated in detail would make me lean in the direction of wanting more detail from your design. But in general, it's okay in level of detail. And then focal points. Let's turn off all the things I was doing. It's funny seeing the difference. As far as focal point goes, I do think that your eye being bright blue is helping your face to be focal because so much of the pink is concentrated up around the head. But I think I am looking to your chest first because of the contrast of the white text on the bright blue. And the blue is also almost exclusively in this area. There's a little bit of it in a couple other places, but it becomes really important because there's not a lot of it elsewhere. Where I think when we were adding a lot of the changes we were making, I feel like we ended up making the face a little bit more important through level of detail with the band-aids, adding a blue band-aid on the nose also, so there's more blue around the face. But similarly, I feel like we may still need to push the shirt back just a little bit, potentially, because it is just a bit distracting still. The face is making a fight at least, so I think I'd probably put it there, potentially. So I was gonna study 3 or 4 times now, but got distracted by stream. Hoshi, study. Go study. Study. I beseech you, take care of the things you need to do. I have the same issues, just gave up on using anything else. Had a similar problem with my tablet. Oh no! So I'm not the only one struggling with Vroid and their tablet. That's unfortunate. I wonder why that is. I never had trouble with Vroid and my tablet before, because I worked on models in Vroid before and had pen pressure and had no trouble. So that's surprising. I wonder what happened. I wonder if it's something to do with my tablet driver maybe? Or the worst solution could be that it is actually a problem being caused by Windows. Windows Ink interferes quite often with my tablet, so I wonder if that could be it also. Any issues with pen pressure? Have you checked the pen pressure sensitivity all the way to the right? It was set all the way to 0 for her. We tinkered around with a ton of stuff when I streamed it. like a couple months ago, we tinkered with all kinds of things and none of it worked. So unfortunately, I don't know, but yeah, especially with XP Pen. Yeah, XP Pen is what I have. Intriguing. I will search for more solutions. I'll continue to search for more solutions. But in the meantime, grade! Here is our grade! I need to keep us moving because this is only the first model and it's been an hour and a half of stream. So our grade, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10? I think that sounds about right. What? Why was I like slightly southern right there? Why did that happen? Go work, Jua! Get a round of applause in here. Only the first? Yeah. Thank God we're not Gamba over how many I get through today, because it seems like it might not be many. But let me see if there are any other things that I need to add as far as my bingo. So we was asymmetrical. I did not use a color layer. Did not get bonus points for concept. There are band-aids. Let's see the concept. No star motif. Yeah, okay. No bingo yet. No bingo on the first one. We'll move on to our second one here. Ladder, folks, let's go. Oh no! The ladder! No! Doesn't count. Doesn't count. We didn't move on yet. You don't get to put that on your ladder thing. You don't get to. That doesn't count. I didn't move on. We're still here. We can still do a ladder test. Don't celebrate too early. That's not even an option on mine anyway. We'll do a ladder test here. I have a feeling this will pass the ladder test pretty easily, which is why I didn't really check it to begin with. A lot of the times I just forget to check it if my brain just mentally notes that it's been passed. Like, this is hanging off of one shoulder, collar on the neck, the eyes, the bottom of the hair, bottom of the bows, top of the head, top of the ears. Like, that's really not a ladder that I would really under any circumstance want to climb myself, perhaps. Hit so many of my bingo? Me too, I got a lot of my bingo from this one. Thank you for throwing your ladders at me, I appreciate it. If you want to throw a couple more, that'd be always appreciated. Yeah, physically and mentally unstable ladder mayhaps. This is really a gauntlet right here. This is like the kneecapper 1000. You thought you needed kneecaps? Apparently this ladder said otherwise. There we go. Now we move on. Now we move on. I'm actually gonna take some of my beverage and then we'll move on. Beverage. Thank you for ladders. Help, I'm in ladder jail.
I have done it. I have created the capture room as something beginning with the Alterarium. Now Gold Ship will be contained somewhat. Like girl has a mean drop kick, so I would give it a week.
Gary, why are you trying to contain Gold Ship? She is not meant to be contained. You should let her frolic and flourish out in the fields. Let her run to her heart's content. Because let me tell you a thing. Let me tell you a fact about Gold Ship. Gold Ship loved her caretaker. His caretaker, the real horse. He loved his caretaker so much. He loves his caretaker. He does not like his jockey or his trainer because they don't let him do what he wants to do. They make him do their funny little trainings and drills and all that. Gold Ship should have just been a guy who just got to run around and frolic out in the fields and have fun and do whatever he wants. Don't try and contain Gold Ship. It's not worthwhile. Why are we rotating? Also, thank you for the bits, Selma. Why is there so much rotation happening right now? Are we just trying to make bugs count? Is that all it is? I would believe that potentially. Is there a maximum of ladders that could be attached to your model at once? I don't know. I'm not sure. Sometimes we've had many of them on my, we've had many a ladder on my model, but I don't know what the maximum is. There's Ladder God EG, which has a lot. But yeah, I don't think there's a total. I didn't get a comment on the name of it. On the name of what? I have done it. I've created the Capture Uma something beginning with L? Oh. Sorry, I had to go back and reread it to try and figure out what you were referencing there. It went right over my head as it was being said. I got too distracted by the thought of capturing Gold Ship. But thank you for the bit, Selma! Is there a max number of props? Unfortunately, I don't think there's a max number of props that you can spawn in Vignon, because it is possible to crash the program. And I've done it while testing things before, while failing to set the despawn criteria properly. So, theoretically, there's no limit. Theoretically, you can put infinite ladders on me if you can afford infinite ladders, so, yeah. I don't believe I've seen this. What did you call it? Ladder God Squiiji? Yeah, there's an eldritch being that every once in a while makes an appearance here on the stream. There's actually a couple of them. And one of those beings that shows up infrequently is the Ladder God, who I think is also the boot head. There's a couple titles that fit them, I think, yeah. The pronouns of these horse girls, guys in real life are confusing. No, I know. Javi and I will try and talk about the horses, and I'll be talking about like Silent Suzuka or like Goldship or someone, and it's like, okay, well, I'm using the pronoun of the Uma accidentally, but the horse is a dude. I'm like, I don't know, how do I refer to this properly in any way, shape, or form? We just have to just pick a pronoun and be like, that's fine. It's okay. I don't think the horse is gonna be upset with me accidentally using the wrong pronoun because I'm referencing the Uma also. Anyways, I'm gonna eat 2 to 3 chips very quickly out of my hand, and then we will continue. Here also. Oh, is it a point redeem? Yeah, the Eldritch Nightmare God is a point redeem. It's a kind of expensive one. Chips. Did someone in the Discord ping Moss Cake? Moss Cake can come. Oh, was Moss Cake away for the theming of the other one? We can let Moss Cake know that it's safe now. I don't know where to ping Moss Cake at, but... Oh, I did already? Oh, thank you, Alive. Very kind of you. Stream gotta consume. This is true. Horses don't know what a pronoun is anyway. Fair, but apparently Goldship was very intelligent as a horse, so I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow knew what it was, particularly. I don't know. Me with 10,800 spores? Are you threatening me? Are you making threats? Bob, I found your channel recently. I love what you're doing. Trying to get better at art and even make help. Yay! I'm so glad! Oh. Thank you, Bob. Wow. What are the odds here? We did ask specifically for the Ladder God. And here I am. Did you need something? Oops. All ladders. How are you on this glorious day? I haven't been around here in a minute. Ah! Did you see me just smack those shroommates away with the ladders like I was at bat? That was just a little bit concerning. Oh, ad break as well now. What do you think of the underside of my shoe? Have you ever seen the underside of E.G.'s shoe? Whoa. Have you ever seen the underside of E.G.'s shoe? It's nice, isn't it? This is more or less a Goldship moment. I am kind of drop kicking you. That's not my intent. What have you summoned me here for today? Did you need something? I ask this every time I appear. Sometimes the streammates just summon me for folly, for silly, for goofy. But what did you need me for? Who called me? Who called upon me? Oh wow, you've made many donations to me since I appeared, which thank you, I appreciate it. But who summoned me? Oh, Rusty. Rusty, do you need something? Rusty, can you hear me? I can't speak to directly within your mind. That's not a skill within this Eldritch EG's power, but did you need something? Do we need blessings? Do we need, what is the opposite of a blessing? A curse, maybe? I don't tend to deal in curses, but maybe just today I would. Oh, Great Ladder, what is your wisdom? Oh, my wisdom on this glorious Monday is that if you are cutting onions and you are placing them into a teacup to store the peeled off skin and the parts of the onion that you do not want to keep, my wisdom for you is to not leave that cup of onion discardings out on your kitchen table overnight, because I don't know if you're aware of what that might summon, but it's not me. That's not gonna summon me, unfortunately. What it will summon is the hordes of ants, which I am powerless against, so don't do that. It may also summon Mr. Mouston, who is apparently the named mouse that resides in E.G.'s house. Yeah, onions. Why are you spelling onion like that? Onion tea. Yeah, no, maybe not onion tea. I don't know if that's really fantastic. Goldship probably knows the cure for cancer. Goldship could know the cure for cancer, and I don't think I'd be surprised, but I don't think Goldship would share that information with us because despite understanding human language, Goldship cannot communicate in the human language, so it does not help. But yeah, so that is my wisdom. E.g. of the Eldritch, E.g. of the Ladders says, be careful about what you're doing with your onion scraps. My second wisdom is if you are putting cheese in mouse traps, do not leave that cheese in the mousetrap for days and days and days and days, because cheese does do this thing called collect mold when left outside of a fridge, and a lot of us have mold allergies and will suffer the consequences of there being mold growing inside of the trap that is sitting in the same room as them. So that's my second piece of advice. If you're trying to catch mice, replace the cheese, because you don't want moldy cheese hanging out in the room you're in. Maybe Parm doesn't mold as fast. But here's the thing. E.g. does not keep Parmesan in their house because E.g. doesn't like Parm. I guess hard cheeses don't mold as quickly in general. Cheese is more likely a spread mold than a collect mold. Unfortunately, probably also no, yeah. Life advice 101, yeah. What other life advice can I give you? Eldritch gods, as you can tell, have the problems that they suffer from are very specific and also very... not very specific, and also probably not the biggest and worst things that could ever go wrong in the life of someone. My next suggestion to you is if you have a cold that is incurring congestion upon you, it is my ample suggestion that you do not go outside. Whoa. Ow. Do not go outside where it is presently over 100 degrees outside and like 40% humidity, because that humidity will just go straight directly into your sinuses. That's not good for your health. I would advise that. Also, my other advisement is if you go to a convention, wear a mask. That's my other suggestion. Yeah. I'd use peanut butter, but that's another issue. We tried peanut butter. E.g. tried peanut butter and it didn't work. It did not work. Odus Scalay. Will I hang my coat on your leg? Sure, you can, I guess. If you can reach, you can hang your coat on my leg, I guess. That's fine. What are you calling me, though? I'm not familiar with that title. Now what have we here? Who am I now? This is no god. I don't know what happened to me. Help? Am I normal now? Oh no. My leg is still broken, but it's only my leg? Yeah, my onion is floating. Is my onion perpetually spinning? It is. Look, my onion is just rotating. Oh, I appreciate the short hair redeem, as if that would change anything that's going on currently. Do you see my onion just rotating and writhing? Wow! Oh, god of ladders. Oh, I guess that would make sense as being the word for ladders, huh? Oh, my head does look like a palm tree. What has happened? Why is this? Why does this happen? Oh, I'm back. Ow! Hey, I know you were probably trying to do that to help me with that situation, but it did not help, actually. You were just a little too late. Sundial EG, that's crazy, actually. I am back. Amber, I appreciate you throwing a table at me because you thought that would fix something. I am not like an electronic device, however. Smacking me against a table does not actually make me work more properly. Also, stabbing me with paper clips also does not help me work more properly. So don't try those things. I'm not technological. I'm gonna finish eating my chips because I didn't eat them, and then yes, we will do the second design. Anime character eating noises? Oh. Alright. So, this particular entry was submitted by the 3D modeler themselves with permission from the VTuber who they worked for. So, This model was created and entered by Dead Carl, whose pronouns are he, him, Dead Carl 000. The VTuber in question that we are looking at here, though, is Tin-sama. He, they, Sama Tin. Yeah, I think this is the first time we've had someone submit a design that is one that they created in some capacity, but it's not their own model, which is interesting. I appreciate the fact that they made it clear that that was what was going on. So, to keep lore simple, Tin is a high elf, tall, 2 meters, who lost their clan to an evil and resorted to consuming all the remaining souls of the clan to defeat said evil. Oh god, you ever just eat your friends? Eat the few remaining people that were left? That's not good. After defeating the evil and going insane by consuming the souls, losing their clan and family, Tin got institutionalized by a mysterious organization and is used as a soldier with supernatural abilities. Oof again! We went back and forth a lot with this design and landed on a combat bodysuit and a straitjacket-inspired top. The barcode on the chest is the number #pound 739 given by the organization as the code number for the character. The hair turned cyan from old design black after having consumed the souls of their clan. Interesting. What are you clipping there, Hoshi? Hello? What to name this occurrence? Oh, my dark, evil, eldritch nightmare. There you go. Actually, it could be a hashtag. It could be a hashtag. Could be a hashtag, but I don't know. Flathead? Oh, you're trying to name the... Trying to name the eldritch EG nightmare. So, let's look throughout. So this is the 3D model posed in a way that makes it clear that it's 3D. I think this is just a front view of the 3D model, or this might be the art that was made to reference the 3D model off of, potentially. So, this is a mostly monochromatic design, aside from the eye color being gold, being the only thing that is a contrasting color here. I do see the reference of the sort of straitjacket-like sleeves, although I feel like for it to read properly as straitjacket sleeves, they would need to be longer and floppier. But it is interesting that we're almost going for like a fashion soldier version of a straitjacket, which is interesting. Oh, art category or not? No art category. If I'm in the art category, people assume that I've drawn the things that we're looking at. I'm mostly just talking while making just like little edits to things, so I tend to stay in just chatting. I also don't like that the art category currently has AI nonsense as the image that represents it. That's a thumbs down. Mental health and make it fashion. Yeah, somehow we've done that twice today. Mental health being fashion. But I can see the references to a straitjacket being made here. Also, these little disc things, with the way that they're placed on the body, almost make it read like the thighs go out that far, so that's definitely doing something interesting as far as the silhouette goes. Might be just like a little bit confusing about the body shape with where we're creating this sort of like almost tangent around the edge of the hip, but that's okay. I'm gonna guess that these are meant to be some sort of defensive armor. But if that is the case, I feel like we could clarify what these are intending to be by just extending them up a little bit. I know that we're also in sort of the sci-fi realm where we don't need to necessarily attach them to the body by straps or something, because it might just be assumed that they're attached to the clothing by some specific manner. But if we just extend these a little bit, that breaks that sort of tangent we were creating and adds just a little bit more interest to the silhouette, which might be nice. And I do think that that would potentially be helpful for that area because I was visually confused by it a little bit. Fashion designers being mentally balanced, ha. I guess same could be said for many an artist, potentially. Wish there was a review category. If there was a review category, I feel like people would be using it for like reaction type content, which I feel like is also not the intended use case for that, but I don't know. I feel like just chatting is an okay place for me to be. I don't feel really like this doesn't represent me well in what I do. I mostly chat. That is mostly what I do. So, those were just little things I was thinking about as far as silhouette goes. The ears are very nice for silhouette. I am a fan. Big, giant, droopy elf ears are doing a good job of alerting us that this character is maybe not entirely human. which seems important that they are part of, you know, this high elf clan that maybe is not really around anymore, unfortunately. But it does make it clear right off the bat, very clearly, that you are not human, so that is good. They are kind of a prisoner, it seems like, where I don't know if they know they're a prisoner, but they're a soldier, sort of being held against their will to some degree. Yeah, institutionalized, and they're being used as a soldier. So kind of a permanent prisoner, but not entirely. I do think, looking at their head, specifically, I wish there was a little bit more wispiness happening in the hair, where right now they're very big, chunky forms. I would like to see some pieces of hair. I get that they're a soldier, which maybe is why it's so sleek, because I feel like that is one of the things that we tend to associate with the military, is very sleek, slicked back hair. Having your hair very well maintained is a part of the uniform to some extent, especially for people who have maybe a little more feminine of a hairstyle. So we can leave this area where it's like against the skull, potentially kind of flat, but I do feel like even if it was just like parts of the ponytail, might be nice to just have a little bit more positive negative space play happening, just a little bit. Doesn't necessarily need to be a ton, but just like a little bit, so it's a little bit looser. The hair's a little bit chunky right now in the way that it feels. Same deal with like the back piece too, where it's very sleek. Like we could have a couple more of these things that sort of are breaking the shape. Right? Maybe. Nice, sorry, Mr. Mouserton? Why are you guys talking about the mouse again? The mouse is not part of the conversation right now. So, the other things that I'm thinking about as far as this design are the fact that it is, other than the bangs and the earrings, completely symmetrical. But, for the sake of the fact that it seems lore-wise that this character is a part of an organization where, yeah, mysterious organization, they're being used as a super soldier of some sort, where I guess they're probably, and if they've been reduced down to just a number, I'm going to assume that this is probably one of those like clone trooper type armies where everyone is just sort of a nameless, faceless person who is kind of being sent to their death, or is kind of being just sent to battle as a number to some degree. So for the design to not have a lot of asymmetry sort of fits with that end of design where the characters aren't supposed to be super distinct from each other. So within lore it makes sense, but unfortunately as a VTuber, it's not necessarily helping the design to stand out a ton. So I'm trying to think of ways that we could, like almost the way that if you've ever been to a school where kids have to wear a uniform, you'll find that they all still find ways to break the uniform code in order to add a little bit of personality. I'm trying to think of the ways that we could break the code here to add some more personality. So that way it's a little bit more specific. Hazardous materials grade character is let loose more than deployed, I'm guessing. Oh, yeah, let loose more than deployed. That might make sense too. Yeah, I don't know. Straight Jacket Park could add more chaos. Like, I was thinking about how we've got these straps right now where they're all the like buckle end of a belt, but none of them are the belt end of it. So but the problem with adding something like this, where if we were to say, okay, what if we had like long dangling asymmetrical belts on here? The problem with that is that for a character that's going to be going into some form of combat, that's really impractical. But at the same time, if they are a character who is more so let loose than is going into a battle by any amount of willingness of their own part, maybe that's fine. And there are characters in like fighting games and stuff who wear straitjacket inspired outfits. But then that would be asymmetrical, that would add a little bit more to their silhouette, potentially. That adds a little bit of interest. Tattoos or symbols on the clothing could help. Usually it's a harmless add-on that makes enough of a change to make one armor or clothing unique. What are the clone troopers? Yeah! Looking at some of the clone troopers might actually be pretty helpful, where some of them have, like, paint on their helmets. Let me look at the clone troopers. If I just search clone troopers, that's not gonna help. Oh no, actually it kind of does, because some of them, yeah. Clone Trooper Collection, where some of them just have like blue or red paint in certain places. Were they inspired by Guilty from Nike? I don't know. Or Nikkei. I'm not sure. I'm not super familiar with what that looks like, maybe. Belt strap, maybe a tactical pouch. My other question I think here would be, are there any particular like symbols or parts of this character's like lore, the clan that they were a part of? Are there any particular symbols that are specific to that group that we could maybe subtly bring back in here? Right now I'm guessing since they're wearing a like crescent moon earring that maybe that's something that would be particular, but if you have any of those kinds of symbol that come from the lore, that might be nice to work in as sort of a secondary motif here, potentially. Maybe. I feel like that would be potentially to the benefit. Femboy Twink 69, thank you for following. That's quite the name, also, but thank you for following. Belt strap, tactical pouch. I'm kind of puzzling in my mind about what I would add, because I think secondarily, the other thing that's making this design feel like a little bit in the nameless grunt category is the color palette. We have this gold accent in the eye, which is nice that there's an accent of a color. However, my classic trouble with gold eyes in a character design is that I can't see that they're gold from any distance. If I cover this, the eyes aren't really coming forward at us at all because the gold is so similar in value and in hue to the skin tone. I wonder if we could reuse that gold somewhere else in the design, and then we could suggest maybe a different
Tubers,
eye color.
you gotta be the main character of our story, not an NPC.
True, Gary. This is true. This is true, Gary. So my suggestion here would be maybe some of the elements get to come into this sort of gold color, where if we're gonna incorporate, I don't know, the crescent moon, and like we could make it seem like almost like the character has like scratched or painted the crescent moon onto the design themselves, even though it's not actually really a part of their outfit. That would add character, especially if we can see that there's like, you know, splatters from having goofed up the way they're trying to implement it also, or things like that. That would be useful. And then the eyes could be a different color that then makes the face more focal for it. But I will say, the head is not really struggling as a focal point because the blue being so concentrated around it from the hair is doing a lot. So that is okay. That is all right the way that it is. Oh, Mad Buns! I have to go eventually, so if you don't get to me by the time I leave, that's okay. If you only need to save it for next week, that's okay too. Thank you so much for the happy birthday wishes to you and everyone else. Of course! Don't worry! We will definitely get to 4 designs today. Although I will try with my pacing to make sure we get there before you have to go. We'll try our best. We'll try our best. But we will get to you today for sure, because you are 4th, and we always get 4 done, more or less. We gotta lock in, true mates. We gotta lock in. We believe in you, EG. Thank you. I appreciate that you believe in me. I'm just playing around with making more things have gold mayhaps on them, because that might make things feel a little more specific. Especially even if it's just like this person has, you know, if their sanity is a little bit questionable right now, maybe they aren't taking fantastic care of their clothing either. And maybe they're marking it up with whatever they've been given to eat, or things that they have been given, I don't know, just as things in their containment area that they are in, potentially? I don't know, I feel like there's more opportunity for storytelling in the design itself, and then the eye color could benefit from something else. Yeah, I am saying add dirt a little bit, but I also said add dirt for the last one. Yeah, so we are subtly sort of saying needs just a little bit more asymmetry. Just a little more asymmetry, just a little. And then for the eye color, I wonder what eye color I would even suggest for this. Color layer. What eye color, if not gold? I feel like just even if it was more orange, that would still even be stronger. Yeah, notice how we can see the eye color a bit more from a distance now. It's popping. Red eyes, like they're bloodshot. That could be an option. Purple could be good if it feels sort of otherworldly. That could help maybe. But red might make it seem like there's too much, like red might feel too demonic, where it seems like this character isn't meant to be demonic in any way. But I think the orange will be good also because it's sort of pushing, it's gonna be complementary with the teal blue of the hair. And it's sort of close to the gold. To be fair, they did eat a bunch of souls. That's true. They said that the hair turned blue because of eating the souls, and I wonder if it might be nice or interesting in some manner to further convey that with the hair, where if the hair is being affected by the consumption of souls, wouldn't it be interesting if then that is doing more than just change the hair color? Wouldn't it be interesting if that was changing the hair texture, where now, because we've eaten souls, now your hair is, hang on. Now, because you've eaten souls, your hair sort of defies gravity a little bit and feels a little bit floaty. Like that, almost, which might be nice for the silhouette as well. And it'll feel just a little bit, like, messier, almost, in a way that might be good since we're sort of showing a character whose sanity isn't doing fantastic, maybe, at this point in time. You know what I mean? So have that affecting more things. And then similarly, I'm almost also wondering if the hair could have just like a little bit of a glow effect to it. We could add something where it's made more obvious that the hair is having some sort of crazy property occurring to it. If we just, my airbrush. Like this on a black background actually makes this even easier for me. But if the hair just has this like subtle, ominous glow to it, that might also feel very interesting too, and might push us to visually determine that there's more than meets the eye happening with the hair as well. And you can do that! You can have things emit light. You can use glow and glow maps on VTuber models for 3D models. It's possible. Yeah. Lighter hair is often finer and less strong. Oh, so since it's lighter, you could make it even like stringier maybe even too, where maybe you get all these like little pieces of strands where stuff is like broken off or like not fitting in with the rest of the bulk of the hair as cleanly as it maybe once did. But yeah, think about how you can convey to us that angle of the hair becoming blue relating to the powers that the character is achieving visually. The barcode on the chest is also very interesting because I thought it would also be way more effective in stealing the focal point from the face than it is, but it's not actually bugging me. It seems fine, and I think that's a very interesting thing to do for lore too, which is helping us to read this character as not being much more than a number, unfortunately, as far as where their lore is, maybe. Eyes pop more by darkening around them, eye bags, running makeup. Yeah, if you are not doing so well, eye bags could definitely be in our future. Whoops, can I get a multiply layer, please? There we go. Grab something, I'll make it a little more purple. There we go. Honestly, I could probably do that. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. A little bit more sickly of a purple, and then I'll just fade it out a little bit more. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. Look at that, a little more contrast around the eye. It's not super extreme, but I think it is helping just a little bit more too. Eye bags ruins the femme fatale theme they've got going on. I don't know if it ruins it. Does it? I don't know if they're going for femme fatale especially either. I don't know. I mean, maybe the design is relatively feminine. I don't know. Maybe that's something that we could go with or without potentially. But I do think that something darkening around the eyes might be good, even if it's just making the makeup a little bit darker potentially too. Dangerous women can also be tired. Also, yes, this character also, reminder, is he, they. So technically, maybe does not identify as a woman either. But yes, dangerous women can be tired. Dangerous they, them, he, theys can be also tired too. more girl failure than femme fatale. Yeah, a little bit. Dangerous, sexy people can be tired, yes. Just these, as with all of the suggestions that we make, you don't have to take all of them. If they're ones that don't hit home, ones that don't feel useful or feel like they're things that you'd want to incorporate, you don't have to use them. But just as like little ideas to incorporate in. Then also, mysterious organization. I wish there was maybe a little bit more about the organization incorporated in here, because when I think about a lot of those weird, mysterious organizations, they still all have their sort of calling cards or their iconography that's associated with them that they do tend to plaster onto their uniforms anyway, despite being mysterious, so you at least know when it's them. So I wonder if you could have a little bit more of that specificity going on here too. I don't know. And their chants? Huh? No chanting. Insignia, yeah, like an insignia of some sort that relates to it, or like sometimes organizations just have a specific kind of, like, what is I'm looking for? They have like specific things they repeat across all their uniforms that make them specific and make it clear that they are a member of that organization. I'm thinking about Final Fantasy VII right now, unfortunately, but when you think about Soldier, most of like all the members of Soldier have that matching like pauldron style that they have, and then they've got those weird like high-waisted pants that are on kind of suspenders almost, with like the stomach guard. And like those things are consistent across most of the uniforms, and it's a very specific combination of them that we come to associate with, okay, well that guy's a soldier, clearly belongs to Soldier. And maybe some of those elements are here already, but because we don't see the rest of the organization, we don't know that they're a part of it. But yeah, their branding of the organization they're a part of might be useful to have here. It would be so distracting. A barcode on the face would be so metal. That would be crazy. Also, the idea of them tattooing the barcode right onto the character's face would be crazy, as far as what that essentially means that the organization is doing. They're really stripping that character of their identity, which would be a lot. I don't know. I just feel like a dog around. Favorite words? Walk, bone, ball, chant, tall, fashion. That is true. That is funny. Everybody has their like summoning words in the Shroomate chat. But what I'm saying is I think we just need a little more specificity in here, because you do feel a little bit like a grunt in the army right now, and while maybe that is the role that the character has in lore, it's not going to serve your VTuber branding as well as if you felt like you were a grunt in the army who has done things to jazz their outfit up a little bit, or to like make themselves still stand out a little bit. So, not the worst, but let me start grading. I think we can start grading, probably nowish. For silhouette, I want just a little more symmetry, just a little more. For color palette, the palette itself is okay. We were adding just a little bit more of that gold more throughout, because I do think that the monochromatic nature of the color palette is what is also impacting us reading you as sort of a grunt. You'll feel more specific if you have another color in your palette more predominantly. For focal point, it is your face. Your hair is doing a really good job of making your face a lot more focal. Your eye color is not helping, unfortunately. I would push it a little more orange. For concept and motifs, I still want a little more specificity out of, you know, we can learn more about this character's personality through their clothing. We can learn a little bit more about their lore with their hair and what's going on with that, and the souls through the way that they are dressed and all of that. So I might put it here. We're getting the idea that you're an elf very quickly, very easily. I see the straitjacket influence, that's done well. I see the tech wear probably relating to being military in some way also working, but push it to the limit. And all these things that we're sort of doing here are adding just a little bit more detail. Because I think that one of the other reasons why you're feeling not as fleshed out as you maybe need to is just because the level of detail isn't as high as may benefit you. Where we were just adding a couple little things around the eye, a couple things where we've got some gold, but that already makes you feel more specific. We just need a little more detail. But I also put you on the fridge because it was one of the designs I had downloaded that was memorable to me. I think it was memorable to me partially because of the silhouette, but also because the blue hair was just so striking. So You get fridge. Fridge privileges. Math. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5, 8.5 out of 10? Don't worry, we're doing a ladder. I've not forgotten. We can clap. Privileges. Yeah, you get the privilege of being perpetually and forever stuck under the heavy weight of a magnet on my stainless steel fridge with many others. You now have to live in close quarters with many other fridge dwellers. Let me do a ladder real quick also. Ladder test. I'm gonna use a dark blue so we can see it when I turn all the layers off. Wouldn't it be funny if, because I keep saying I'm not doing ladders because I usually am not worried about them. Let me turn all this off. But hang on, what if this ends up being a kind of climbable ladder? Because I think it is. I think this is going to end up being sort of a climbable ladder, unfortunately. And I think that that is also one of the things that's not helping with feeling just a tad generic. Yeah, look at that. I might actually need to knock the silhouette down a little bit more for that, unfortunately. You already lost a half point for silhouette because I would like more exaggeration, especially with the hair. But that is a pretty climbable ladder. There's some clustering around the face, but the stuff in the middle of the body is very evenly spaced out, especially in here. Do you see these gaps? That makes designs feel too stable, too stagnant. And for a character who seems like they might be at their wit's end and they're sort of being weaponized against their will, that stability is sort of strange. Although I guess maybe that's what the organization wants. It kind of goes either way, maybe. But do consider making more variety. Whoops, where did my layer go that I had the grade on? There it is. So I might just steal this half point back. Fast, quick there. But anyways, round of applause for both Dead Carl as the 3D modeler and Tinsama. Wow! Look at that, I'm really skillful. I can clap while I'm being launched through space. I bet you didn't think I could do that. Let me also look at my, look at my bingo. So that was techwear. I would say that that was pretty symmetrical. I didn't explain. Not fantasy formal wear. I did use a color layer for the eyes. Fellas, I need you to flag me if I say fear not or bear with me, because I'll never notice that I've done those things, and you guys will definitely be penciling them in on your bingos if I've done them. Did I do either of those things yet today? Did you put them down? Yes, this is techwear. Did that occur? Tell the truth, don't lie to me. Did I say fear not? Did I say bear with me? Did I say those things? I'm totally unaware. You technically just did. That doesn't count. This doesn't count. I have to be saying it just kind of normally and naturally. I don't think so. Now you did. Okay, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. If I haven't said them yet, then does it count? But do pay attention in case I just randomly say it. I don't know. That's okay. We're so used to me saying it that it probably won't set off any flags for us, and we might not notice it super immediately. I say it so often, it just becomes background noise. But let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. This is Cheeky Lemon, she, her. X Cheeky Lemon X. My computer is freaking out right now. It's been doing this for like a good bit of the stream and I've been ignoring it, but it keeps doing this thing where it lets me see all of my icons on my desktop through whatever program is open. Interesting. Cheeky Lemon, is this within TOS? Almost, it's so close. I think the only thing that would need to be done for it to be fully within TOS is just going like this and filling in these areas, but almost. It's pretty close. Because you can show the legs in those regions, but yeah, it's pretty close to TOS. That's a hell of a graphical bug. Please no more bugs. I've had enough bugs in my house. Are you hovering near the taskbar? I'm not. If I hover near the taskbar, that doesn't really do that either. How strange. Yeah, no hip gaps. We can't have hip gaps, unfortunately. So, Cheeky Lemon. My OC is a genetically mutated lemon lion hybrid human. She lives in a post-apocalyptic version of Earth's future as a resource scavenger. She cuts her hair herself, poorly, because she doesn't like long hair. The jacket was actually a full hoodie once, but she cut off the hood and cropped it after several rips happened so that it wouldn't snag anymore. She found the plants/boots recently in an army warehouse, more cyberpunk style because futuristic, but she had to cut holes in the pants to have them fit and used yellow tape so they wouldn't fray. Oh, like she's almost like bias taped her pants back together. Interesting. Holes in the pants and sleeves, although maybe she shouldn't sew them, she just taped them. Just tape. Holes in the pants and sleeves also serve extra purpose, allowing sun to hit her skin since this is she's part plant and can photosynthesize. Just hoping I'm delivering on the themes of futuristic, post-apocalyptic lioness and lemon in that order of importance. Found that many people who I've showed the design to don't get it, and I'm at a loss for how it could be improved. So my biggest critique for something being post-apocalyptic is that we tend to associate that type of trope with being much more grungy. Man, we're really having to grunge everybody up here, because this is a fun combination of ideas. But we need to grunge things up a little bit more usually for things to feel post-apocalyptic. It does feel very Arknights, I do agree with that, but Arknights is still kind of not post-apocalyptic, but like post-major crisis feeling. Post-apocalyptic, as an aesthetic, usually is something that we clearly discern from a design because it incorporates elements of rust and elements of decay and unraveling, because in a post-apocalyptic established setting, it's usually assumed that all the elements of your clothing are being scavenged and being repaired and patched by yourself. But that does get sort of tricky when we have a character like this who seems to be very resourceful as far as repairing their clothes and keeping them in good shape, because that is usually the thing that makes it easiest for us to know that a character is in that. Post-apocalyptic would not have synthetic knits unless the downfall of society was recent. See, that's also a good idea. A good thought there, yeah. Synthetically knit clothing would probably be less common. You could have hand-crocheted stuff, though, if you know how to crochet. Open shoulders kind of convey the scavenger vibe more. Really? Interesting. Scavenger. I may have to this might be a funny, I open Pinterest just to see if I have anything that's pulled for like a post-apocalyptic aesthetic. Just to see if I can make better suggestions for it, because I feel like right now the fashion is what's making the setting confusing for me, where futuristic, we are getting futuristic out of the clothing, so it's sort of techwear inspired, but I feel like a lot of the clothing that we associate with post-apocalyptic also ends up being kind of military adjacent, because despite a lot of military clothing not always inherently being very well made, it tends to be pretty durable. So more military cuts of clothing, I feel like might push us in the right direction of that. I don't know. Some kind of like scrap armor, metal sign. Yeah, oh wait, yeah, so being a scavenger, I feel like could also be more integrated into the design in that manner too, where now that I'm thinking about that, like we're thinking futuristic in some capacity, but also scrap. I'm thinking of the right character. What is that? Final Fantasy 12? Doesn't Vaughn have like a weird like scrap armor? No, that's not what I'm thinking of. His armor's really like normal. There's a Final Fantasy character who is like a scrap collector who has a really weird arm covering thing that is made out of like scraps that they've found. But I don't know what it is. Don't use real name? Oh yeah, no, don't use your real name in the Google Drive. Use the name of your VTuber or your username. Just something I can refer to you as. So you'd probably put Art Fun in as your name. No, don't give me your legal names, please, Shermates. Please, pretty please. Also thinking about like futuristic scavengers that I know of in media, because those are often good references for how to design around those tropes. I'm thinking of Cal Kestis from Star Wars. That's crazy that we've done Star Wars twice back to back, but that is like a dystopian, futuristic place, and he is very, where he is working is very kind of post-apocalyptic feeling. And I think what makes him end up feeling like a scavenger is the fact that he is wearing armor. it's padded armor, so it's not like heavy armor. And he wears ponchos, which I think ends up feeling practical, but also futuristic in the way that they do the trim for it. Cables or wire opposed to belts would fill into a scavenger. Ray, at the beginning of the sequels, is a scavenger. That's also true. And her clothing is a little bit more like decayed and worn as a result. I feel like having any like sci-fi reference we can find will have good opportunities for characters that are scavengers and also in that post-apocalyptic feeling future. But yeah, I feel generally what we're missing is a lot of those scavenger types of clothing also feel a little bit more flowy, a little bit more open air. What do you think? If I'm a scavenger, things that would be important to have on me at all times would be some amount of protective wear, because you're probably going to be crawling on things and climbing things and getting into things that you're technically not meant to. So immediately I'm starting to think of protective equipment, like having some sort of like scavenged, if you're gonna have scavenged armor, having something that's scavenged for like knee pads, and maybe they don't match because you couldn't find two that were the same kind. So you've got one knee pad that's one shape, one knee pad that's another, and like maybe this one is like almost like a volleyball style knee pad where it's like fabric-y for like skating, but then this other one is metal, and like your dominant leg gets the metal one because that one's gonna be more protecting, and you can see there's padding associated with it. Also of importance to somebody who is a scavenger is going to be, how are we transporting the items that you scavenge? Do you have a backpack? Do you have some sort of side bag? I feel like a backpack or like a back pouch of some sort, or like even like if it's just like a big fanny pack or something, would be beneficial. Like those pants leather too, like keep the shape, make them suede, soft leathers that's comfy to wear against the skin. That could be interesting. We could convey that probably just through texture, right? Suede tends to get that little bit of like, not that sharp, but like it gets this like little bit of like a soft highlight to it. I'm trying to soften it a little bit. Yeah, some tools to break things down. Yeah, adding a little bit more of that practicality in would be good. Man, I am struggling with the fact that since your character seems to be very handy with taking care of fabrics and stuff, they seem like somebody who would not be a fan of wearing clothing that's decaying in any way. But I feel like that is something that makes that post-apocalypse much clearer, unfortunately. But maybe it's just we need to add more things that are metal and put a little bit of like the wear onto the metallics, because if you're good at maintaining clothing, maybe you're not inherently... Whoa, hello, computer. Were you guys able to see that? What is happening? It's like trying to manipulate windows that are behind where I'm drawing. What is going on? So strange. Oh, but even if you're good at maintaining fabric, maybe you're less good at maintaining metals. So like this metal has like rust and stuff on it. Yeah, can't easily buff out scratches. Yeah, I need some grunge from it. Patch and repair clothing, instead of decayed, make it worn but repaired. That's true. We could add just like little signs of wear in the clothing too. We can tell that it's just like a little bit threadbare maybe. Because for as much as you can repair and redo the seams, you can tell there's a little bit more age happening there. Similar, yeah, with patching, where if this person seems to be sort of fashion conscious, then if they're going to patch their clothing, they might want to do it in an interesting way. So I'm wondering if there might be a good opportunity for, what is it called? Sashiko? Is that the word? Not sashimi. Google. Yeah, sashiko, which is a Japanese style of repairing fabrics, but they do it by like reinforcing through interesting patterning, like this, where it's reinforcing fabric by adding stitching, but it looks interesting. It's making it into a fashion statement also. So that could be incorporated. Oh, those knives are still so neat. But that might be something that's nice. Also, if they're going to incorporate patterns, maybe it can be more in the sense of like appliques or appliques, however you say that word. I don't think I'm saying it right. You could have like graphics or parts of other shirts cut out and sewn in. Oh, the more that I'm thinking about this, the more I'm thinking about like alt fashion, where people will like sew together shirts where it's like, okay, this whole sleeve is actually a sleeve I've taken from another shirt and have sewn on. Or like people will cut things or cut shirts in like weird shapes. Have you seen that? Where they'll have like a sweatshirt that's like a band sweatshirt, and they'll cut like the left half of the shirt off, like around the edge of the band logo, and then sew another half of a different like shirt or sweatshirt onto it. Like that could be really neat for fashion also. This person is very fashion conscious, and then you can have like, yeah, like staining or other things happening on it that tell us that this is somewhere where we're, you know, getting down and we're getting, that's almost a bad phrase, we're getting dirty. I meant to say like we're getting down into like the like ground essentially, like we're getting into those dumpsters, getting into those buildings to get dirty, to get all the things we're scavenging out. And maybe that is what this darker area here is meant to be, is like some sort of staining. But if the pattern of it meandered a little bit more, that might help us to realize that that's staining and not just a gradient. Potentially. I almost said something that sounded very inappropriate. Let me just find that one artist. Go for it. Find an artist. Bag made out of a bunch of little fabrics. Yeah! But just finding ways to convey the character's relationship with the world they live in. Because I will agree, unfortunately right now, this feels very pieced together. In the sense that it feels like you found this sort of like tech wear clothing for the lower half of the body, maybe on Booth, and then found other elements also on Booth and sort of were piecing them together, which is a totally fine thing to do. That's a good thing to do even. If you are trying to build an outfit and you are not somebody who personally can draw, it works. But the fact that there's not really a lot of overlap in color between the elements right now is not necessarily helping. If you had a lot more mismatching going on, then that would play up the fact that you are a scavenger and probably play up the fact that your character is piecing things together. And if you are piecemealing things together already from Booth or from somewhere else, that'd probably help more. Usually we are willing to accept things when we exaggerate them more. So exaggerate the difference between all the objects that are being worn more, and we'll probably accept it more too. The ladders and the loose sleeves. I'm not putting ladders in there. We don't need ladders in here, no. Storage to carry tools and scavenged items. Yeah. So like there are these like harnesses that are being worn, but if the harnesses did have like bags or something attached to them, that'd probably be for the better also. Like scratches in the material would be good. Yeah, like these more leathery materials would be the kind of thing where you can like have wear into the surface of them where, hang on. I don't really know, we probably want to look at a reference for what that looks like. I'm just drawing them light so we can see them. But even if it was like, we're just going to go like this and cut little notches out of some of these parts to edit them, so that way it's clearer that they're not as in great shape maybe. And then also, you've got all of these that are in here. Maybe you could have ones that are ripped, that aren't in great shape, or even some of the ones that are hanging down. This might be a good asymmetry opportunity, is like, okay, well, what if this one has totally torn off and therefore this part of it is sitting down around the knee maybe? Because you still like it as a part of your fashion and want to wear it. Or maybe it's still connected in the back, but it's torn off in the front from your hard work maybe. Scratches or scars on the skin, that could also be an opportunity. I will say, for being somebody who is scavenging also, having your whole outside of your thigh out, that actually seems like one of the worst places to have exposed. I know that they said that this character needs to photosynthesize, so having the skin out is important for that, but I'm sort of feeling the quiet angle of the excuse to have skin on display because the skin is needed for the character to survive. Quiet needs to breathe through her skin. This character needs to photosynthesize through their skin. Practicality-wise, having the outside edge of your thigh exposed is just asking to get that scraped or like damaged on something. So if we really want that to be out, maybe we do need to lean into the fact that this is like a decision that's being made, but is like not helpful, where it's like, okay, well, here's all of the scars I've gotten from accidentally dragging my thigh against all of the structures we walk next to, potentially. Having an outfit that's easy to remove could be a better angle. Yeah, or like the top edge of your shoulders being out I feel like is somewhere where like you're not as likely to just like ram that area of your body into something. Yeah, or like upper arms, even if it's like the forearms. I feel like we're better at keeping those areas of our body from harm. But the thigh, let me tell you, I am clumsy. Not saying that this character is, but I'm clumsy, so I have a lot of data about what areas of the body tend to receive harm often. Man, we run our thighs and like hip area into things all the time, especially if you have wide hips. Yeah. Would midriff be safer for post-apocalyptic photosynthesis? I don't know if that would be safer either. I am really not sure what to suggest. And like the fact that for like, oh, scavenger, you're probably touching a lot of rusty stuff. You're probably touching a lot of things that have been damaged. Give me at least like one full glove. Because that's gonna be something that has to do with functionality. One full glove, so that way your hand is not getting you tetanus constantly. Legs are covered in bruises despite wearing heavy pants from outside work. Yeah, even when the heavy pants are doing their best, you will still get bruised up. So, at least do make an attempt to keep the body safe in that capacity, potentially also. This neck accessory is interesting, and it makes me wonder what it is. This almost reads like it might be some sort of mask, but I'm not sure. If it is, that could be interesting for conveying the fact that you're going into, like, old, dilapidated things or things that have been in disrepair. So I'm wondering if maybe you could tweak this into some sort of element that makes it clear that you're going somewhere and this is your protective gear, if this just has like a canister on the side of it for being, I don't know, suddenly this is a mask that you're wearing into your dilapidated facilities that you are taking the clothing out of. Yeah, we also need a lemon and lion hybrid, yes. So in order of importance, we were sort of going on the futuristic, post-apocalyptic end first. Things tend to feel futuristic if you add fun little bright trims or having a lot of dark elements on them. The gas mask might help with that also. But in order of importance, the scavenger angle I think needs to be more apparent. We're not really getting that specific context from your design right now. Second is the lioness. So you do read as some sort of animal with round ears, and I do think you could read as a lioness. You may just want to make your ears darker, because I think we associate lions with this color that is the ends of your hair. And if we added a little more contrast, that might help for your ears. There we go. And then, did they say something about not having a tail? No, they have a tail. You may want to just pose your tail a little bit differently. You can, in Vroid, when you're drawing the tail, just draw it on a mesh that puts it up here. So that way it's adding to the silhouette, and that way we can use that to also clarify your species a little bit more. So let me do this. And just darken them. This might make you feel a little bit like a bear though, so I might have to see if there's something else. There we go, a little darker. Metal anyway. Neck metal, I'd say should be keeping it polished, but needs to have that rusty tinge so it doesn't have access to an oil that won't corrode it. Interesting. Welcome back, Boss Cake! Put us incised through the scalp. Shave your head. That's the solution. Shave your head. Also, if she's cutting her own hair and not doing it very well, it would probably be funny to have a lot more variety in the pieces sticking out. And that might also help us to understand the lion angle too, even if you're not more masculine than lion. Even if we're just pushing ever so slightly closer to a lion mane shape around the face, that might help just a little bit for us to understand what animal you are, potentially. Your hair is poorly cut. Yeah, too nice to be messily cut. More variety, and then same with the ear even. You could have like, the ears have just like a couple little pieces of fur sticking out on them. Just a little messier. Just a little messier. Asymmetry time, yeah, just a little more asymmetry for the hair, because I will say, yeah, this is completely symmetrical, other than your one little ahoge, which is the top of the lemon piece. Oh man, for trying to add the lemon angle in, that is another interesting challenge, where I'm wondering that if that could be something where we were talking about before, adding like patches to the clothing where it's like, okay, there's some sort of wear and tear or decay somewhere, and you could add that very directly in as some sort of decal, where like this is something that has been sewn over the clothing, over where there might be a hole or something. Or like you could even have different kinds of them where it's like, okay, well this is a patch there. Here's a patch here that is like the slice of lemon where it has the little like lighter cutout pieces in it. You know what I mean? I'm not really doing a great job of drawing what a lemon looks like. No, give me the gold back. Or even if we just have it as like little decals throughout somewhere, that could help potentially. Yellow lipstick. Oh, that might be, yeah, too hard to find in Apocalypse. I don't know if we're finding yellow lipstick, but you know, repairing that. Spray paint lemon decals, that could be interesting, I agree. Lemon earring, that could also be interesting maybe. A lot of these things would probably be quite hard to find in an apocalypse setting, but if we are assuming that this character, if it was a recent apocalypse or they were there before the apocalypse happened, maybe that would help. Bright yellow undercut for the hair could go with the vibes. Undercut, or do you just mean like an undercolor? Because you could put like bright yellow as a color inside the hair, because the hair also is one of the only things that currently contains a suggestion at the lemon thing, which is the little leaves on top. And like this could be a part of it. But if you're talking about like actually like shaving the head on some part to give an undercut in that way, that could also be interesting. Like that's a really botched haircut though, potentially, if you had to just go and full shave part of the head off. Yellow might be interesting though for bringing us more to the face. Underside, oh yeah, underside. Yeah, yellow on the bottom. Yes, underneath. Shirt cut out to look like a lemon slice, that's true. The shirt cut out being a heart right now is not really very specific to the design. We could make it, I'm gonna draw a lemon. And then you could have like the leaf, oh wait, where would I put the leaf? Hang on. Kinda not like we could have like a tear in it or something that looks like a leaf shape or something, but we don't want the tatas to be. This is a lemon, I promise. This is shaped like a lemon. Like maybe a lemon slice would be better somewhere too. This does not look anything like a lemon. Nice try, AG. A little like nub on it or something. There we go. Slay. That doesn't look like a lemon. I'm sure it does not. Maybe a lemon slice would be better, where... Do you know how when people draw lemon slices? Let me just erase that nonsense I was doing. Where did it go? Hello? Turn that off. Get rid of this. Just fully redo this area here. Could have a cutout. Oh, this is like totally the wrong color. This would be hard to do. The texture. But you know, people represent a lemon and they do the like little bits where there's like the flesh where it does like this thing. You know what I mean? Like that. That might be a little too subtle. But it does at least relate to a lemon shape. That's like more so the inside of a lemon shape. You can even have like seeds or something in there. Petal, yeah, like petals, but I don't know if it's petals. On the grungy streetwear designer who uses old school sewing techniques and fabrics. Hell yeah, is it in the Discord? Oh, streetwear made with old techniques, quilting and ek to make it look older. Mutsu by PDF. Whoa, that's a crazy jacket. That's sick. Look at this jacket. It's a skull jacket, but do you see how there's all this overlap in the, just like in the fabrics? We can see the construction of the fabric. We can see all the stitching in the fabric, which is something that makes it feel aged and a little bit worn, and it feels stained. This is neat. Honestly, we should just look at that. Artist design stuff's inspiration, but maybe that is something we need more of, is construction lines in the clothing where we can see that, like, you know, this has a front panel that's been repaired, and then here's the sewing for this hemline because you had to fix it because it used to be a hoodie at some point, and then, you know, there's structure happening in here, or just things like that can add a lot more. And even if it's like we can see edges of like things overlapping in a way that's not super like cleanly done even too, that would help. Yeah, more texture, more texture. The lemons could be incorporated more into the clothing and into the hair maybe. I feel like the leaves, right now the angle they're at isn't helping them, but I feel like they could be exaggerated more so that we can see them more clearly. What is up with this? Hello? Fruit fly, can you leave me alone? Get off of my tablet. Okay, too slow. Too slow, fruit fly. Sorry, I don't show any remorse for fruit flies. Scars could look like a lemon. Scars could look like a lemon. What other lemon motifs could I add? I know citrus was a pretty popular pattern recently. And this is like too silly, but like if, you know, you're a scavenger, maybe you need like protective wear in the terms of like goggles or something where, you know, you wear your goggles that have a big round shapes on top of the head or something. But then you could have the lenses look like lemons, or even if they were gold on the inside of them, you could then have that even reference this sort of shape too, where you've got the, does that even work? I think it's lighter. Nope, be brighter. Hang on, I know what I'm doing. Go like this, rind, and then you have the like, this pattern happening inside of it. I'm not doing a great job of drawing it, do you know what I mean? Yellow tinted lenses, but then with like, the thing where you can see like the pulp inside of the lemon as like a subtle pattern on it even, but maybe they just can be gold also. Something like that, or like they could be gold and have, I don't know, you have something tied around it, around one of the sides that is like a ribbon or something, so that way we get the green here also potentially. Reminds me of, hold on, hang on, I'm holding, I'm slipping, I'm falling, Amber. What am I holding for? Maybe freckles, lemon eye highlights, lemon slice earring. Yeah, there's a lot of things that could potentially push us in that direction. None of these are maybe the right color either, but little lemon things to add into the aesthetic potentially. I'm gonna start grading, because I think I've said the bulk of what I think needs to be said here. Conceptually, I think that's the bulk of what needs modified, is we're not really getting a lot of the concept angles here potentially. Oh, Peanut Bun, thank you for raiding. Hello, hey, Truemates, you know the drill. Rotate at them, I say rather menacingly. Thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. Peanut Bun was last seen streaming art? Oh? Is that true? Peanut Bun was last seen streaming art, perhaps? Also, hi, I'm Squiiji. I forgot to introduce myself. Pro streamer EG, who's been doing this for a year. Forgot to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Squiiji. Freelance artist Fungi, art educator. Also, design critiquer. Today we are looking at 3D VTubers, although we're about to look at a character who is not 3D after this one. But mostly we've been looking at 3D fellas today. Having a good time, generally. I'm a 3D modeler, so I've been enjoying getting to look at some 3D models also. Yes, I was arting. Oh? Oh? I feel like Peanut Bun knows the drill at this point. But hey, Shermates. Hey, Shermates. We can make demands gently of, hi, would you like to maybe pay art tax? Maybe, please? Would you like to? If you'd like to. If you'd like to show us what you're working on, you're welcome to do so. If you're not feeling up to it, you don't have to, but if you'd like to pay art tax, we love to snoop. We would love to see what you were up to. I'm grading right now, so I'm gonna grade before I forget that I was grading. What was I grading? What was I grading? What was I grading? Great question. For the pupils were leaves too to look like those slit cat pupils. Ah, that's an interesting idea. That might be hard to see from a distance, but you're right that might be interesting. Leaf. There we go. Yeah. Yes. I see. I'm with you. With you, Hoshi. And that'll help us also prevent the ears being rounded, reading as bear, potentially. But lion! Big cats have round pupils! Oh no, do they? Do they have round pupils? Whoops! Might have been a cool idea. Now that I think about it, I don't know if I've ever actually looked at a lion in the eye for very long. But here's one of those things where we can say, is it more important for it to look like a cat? Maybe. Like, that's tough. Lions have dark ear tips. Oh, okay, that might also help if lions have dark ear tips. Okay, hang on, bear with me. Oh, multiply. No bears, actually. There's no bears with me, it's just lions. Let's just do a little bit of this, and then I'll make it lighter because this is too strong. But then we'll distribute a little bit of those darker browns a little bit more around. Is that more lion-like? I think that actually is more lion-like immediately, yeah. Domestic cats have the slit, but others have round. Why is that? Why do domestic cats have slit pupils, but others don't? Why did that happen? Thank you for spinning me. I'm a little dizzy now. Why did that happen, though? How did we selectively breed domestic cats to have that happening? That's interesting. I would love to know. Whites of a lion's eyes are also black. Oh, that could also be interesting. That might feel like it's pushing this in a slightly different direction. But it seemed like this character is very not human in terms of both being a plant and a lion. So that might also further convey that if they are open-minded to that as an option. I don't think that makes them look more lion-like, unfortunately, though. But it could be an option. Oh, Moobot! Hey, guys, can you shake Moobot at us? Or, please? Moobot. Oh, you haven't even said Moobot, I swear. It's from Twitter. Twitter is allowed. Moobot. Jostle Moobot. We have an emote now for jostling Moobot. Jostle Moobot. Get shaken. There we go. I love this wall of shaking. Moobot, what have you done? Why do you always do this? Oh, is this more work on your mascot? Is this more work on your mascot? Peanut Fun? Look how cute. This is definitely very Sonic inspired. Big old feet. No clothing other than a bandana. Little halo. Look how cute. The brown as the choice for the line art also is so nice. It's so good for the vibe. And then also, I feel like I've pointed this out before, but you do my favorite little hack where you connect all of your lines to create further depth. It's nice. Delicious, delectable art tags. Thank you, Peanut Bun. Sorry, Moobot is still not friends with you though, but that's not, unfortunately, something I can change. All we can do is jostle Moobot and hope that Moobot repents their crimes. But Shoemates, can you say thank you for delectable art tags? Yummy, yummy. I see Roku's already eating it, already partaking. It's so cute. It's lovely. You're doing a great job emulating that style. This works fantastically for a mascot. Amber put a suggestion for the goggles in live suggestions. Oh, nice. Whoa. Oh, these are interesting. These are, they make me think of, there's a very famous photograph from World War II, I think it is, where these are fire goggles, I think. Yeah, flat goggles, yes. From are these World War II ones? I don't know if these are World War II ones, but flak goggles might be interesting. And then this sort of like slitting happening in it could be made to be shaped more lemon-y. It could be interesting. They are? Hell yeah, look at me. I know a little history, just a little history. Second is World War II. Okay, so not this one. Not World War II. This one's World War II. Look how cool these are. These are neat for goggles though. What do flak goggles do? Were they just so that you didn't get hit in the eye with like shrapnel, or was it for fire or something? I forget what the point of them was, but yeah, they've got like all kinds of funky shapes going on with them. I don't know. Other small cats have slit pupils, but larger cats don't. Prey types. Oh, interesting. Okay, for shrapnel. I would bet that these goggles also potentially work really well if you don't have lenses. They probably also work really well for cutting down on sun exposure to your eyes too. Because yeah, Inuit snow goggles also use that sort of like slit shape to minimize the amount of light that's hitting your eyes. So if you're a scavenger, you don't have access to lenses, because I feel like glass is something that's probably a commodity, not an easy commodity, at least in the future, in the apocalypse. This might also be a good option for that. That's neat. That's a good suggestion, Amber. Thank you. We've had some really good suggestions today. which I'm very thankful for. I'm so glad that the hive mind of the shroom state is so prolific. You guys always have good ideas for things that I would have never even found or thought of. Love flat goggles. They do look really cool. But yeah, they're a little bit creepy, but also goofy, but also so fun. So, kinds of motifs. Push it more. I think you're right in that it's not reading a ton from a distance, unfortunately. For color palette, I think that your color palette is lacking in harmony right now, where a lot of the colors were only existing in that one isolated place, where that yellow was only in the pants, the brown was only in the chest, the green is only on the top of the head. And for somebody whose outfit is a little bit more piecemealed together, I feel like having a lot more colors distributed like that, or just distributing those colors more, would help. So we had sort of edited that by bringing the gold up to the upper body. Maybe the green needs distributed to more of the lower body, the brown coming up to the tips of the ears or to a glove would be good, but we need more harmony across the whole design as far as colors go. For silhouette, you're very symmetrical. We didn't draw a ladder. Let me do a ladder. Oops, bring your text back. Let's do a ladder test. Look, my first ladder that I'm drawing before grading today. Are you proud of me? I don't know if these would probably count as something. Let's see, some of these are kind of hard to figure out where I want to place them. Surprisingly, your ladder is not that climbable, despite being so symmetrical. Big gap in the legs, a little bit of clustering up around the face. But some of the details that we were adding through our edits, I think, are helping to make that ladder have even more variety, but we do just need a little bit more asymmetry too, especially in an apocalypse. Symmetry does not make sense. So, more asymmetry, please. And more things that are impacting your silhouette. I don't know if I even actually recommended much that was impacting the silhouette, but right now your silhouette, I just go like this. You're on a white background, so I might be able to if I go like this. Hello, is it selecting? Oh, it is. There we go. If I go like this and invert it. Let's see. There we go. That's what your silhouette is. This is not especially distinct. The ears add something and your little sprouts add a little bit too, but we need more variety. Even if these little like lacings across the outside of the arm were looser, or if they had like things dangling down off of them, talking about adding knee pads or making it so that one of these straps around the thigh had like broken off and was hanging around the knee. Those things will all help with the silhouette. So, silhouette needs a little bit of work. Flexi versus clarity, I think we were yearning for a little bit more detail, but you'd probably plushify pretty easily without trouble. And then focal point. What is the focal point? Just like real quick. Sure, mates, what is the focal point for you? Because for me, the focal point is either the bright yellow on the shoes or around the thigh, or it's the center of the chest. Which is odd because the hair being so bright should make it more focal. And I'm wondering if this is a circumstance where if I just go like this, hang on, bear with me. Ooh, where are my things? Give me this. I'm wondering if we just need to make the background a neutral color. A color that's not white, and then the head will stand out a lot more. Like if I just pick a, ooh, it's like taking me a second to select all of these. Get these ones. The harder I have to work to make the selection for a silhouette, usually the stronger the silhouette is. So like maybe a little more here. There we go. If I go like this, and then where's my full bucket? There we go. Put you on a slightly darker background. Oh, I like almost exactly match that to the color of your sleeves. That's fine. There. On a darker background, your head does become more focal because it's the brightest color. So that does help a decent bit, but we do need a little bit more. Look at the brown, consistently color. Everything is pale or really dark neutral. Yeah, that's also true. Let's see if the edits we had made, whoa, wherever this glares, were helping? I don't know if they actually are. the head needs to be more focal. And it might just also be that the eyes need to be brighter. The eyes right now aren't very saturated. So we added some saturation on the underside of the hair. Let me just add saturation in the eyes. And we're gonna put them full saturation. Whoa. That actually didn't change a lot. Hang on, let me try something else. Color. If I shift the color more blue in the darker parts, because there's not a lot of blue anywhere else. Yeah, that's helping bring me into the eyes a little bit more too there, yeah. Green eyes, yellow pupils, yes. Yeah, brighter lime green. Adding a little bit of blue to the undertone of it, I think is also helping. We can also maybe brighten the scleras just a little bit too. And glow, because right now they're pretty gray, surprisingly. Probably do with having them like... I'm not gonna make them this bright. This is just so I can see. Like, that's sort of a level of brightness to be expected, but now the eyes are gonna pop more from a distance too. So yeah, there we go. Face is more focal. It wasn't especially focal before, just because of contrast being higher in other areas and having colors that appear more exclusively in other places. But I did put you in the fridge because I did still think you were very cute, and I think that you've done a good job at modifying the Vroid face especially to make it seem like you are not a Vroid model also. That is often what we are working against with Vroid models, is we're trying to make Vroid models seem like they're not Vroid models. Because unfortunately, I wish this wasn't the case, but unfortunately there has been historically sort of a, like people don't think fondly about Vroid models, and it's just because they tend to look very similar to each other. I think that's all it is, but the more we can differentiate ourselves from each other, via making the silhouettes more exaggerated, making the clothing feel more consistent within itself, making the clothing have more layering, more effort into the textures, that makes them feel, yeah, less cheap and less similar to each other. And I think that that is where Vroid models tend to shine the greatest, is the more time that's put into them. Do you have any general advice on Vroid silhouettes? My general advice is more layering, and that all of the sliders are just suggestions. All of the sliders in Vroid that you use to control the clothes silhouette are suggestions. You can make them go below the minimum number and go above the maximum number, and try and change them a lot from their base values. That usually tends to make them feel more specific. And then also in Vroid, you can layer things. So like this, if it had, let me just put this on top. If it was clear that this was a separate layer because you made this on a separate piece of clothing in Vroid where it has this little lip here, that already makes it feel less like a Vroid model, because one of the things people tend to associate with Vroid models is all of the texture for the clothing being painted onto one like flat mesh. But we don't have to do that anymore. Yeah. And then also on top of that, Blender! We can use Blender to modify those silhouettes even more, where I know that in Vroid as it is, it can be really hard to get weight to sit in really specific places where you want it. But like if we wanted these sleeves to feel heavier down here, there's probably already enough loops to support it. And with a couple seconds in Blender just using the sculpt tools, you could probably inflate those out the way that you would like. Yeah. But yeah, so I think those are my suggestions here. Now, I think it's Mad Bun's turn. Let's see. Mad Bun said that the submission was sent. So let me refresh my form, and then I will hunt through here. Mad Buns, are you still here? Was I quick enough that you hadn't had to leave yet, or was I too slow? It's 5 o'clock. Just in time for me to leave? No! No! Wait, add up numbers. Oh, you're right. I didn't add up the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6.5. I think that it's just, there's a lot of harmony things happening right now where once you solve the harmony aspect and the concept aspect, I think that'll do a lot for increasing the numbers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6.5. Yeah, sorry. I counted and then forgot immediately what number I'd gotten to. That's okay. You're free to go over it whenever you'd like. So here's the question for you, Mad Buns. If you're leaving, would you rather I wait to start a stream with it when you can be here, so that way you can be here with us while we're talking about it? Or would you rather I still talk about it today, even if you have to go right now? That is my question I would propose to you. I would like to do this in whatever way would be most helpful to you. Which I feel like for most people is being able to do the critique while you're present. But if you're more so worried about time with getting it critiqued before, like, a deadline for something or something like that, then I would still make sure to critique it now. But I don't know. Better for me to add context to anything, you can go over more 3D models today. All these models have been really cool. They've been able to add such nice details and pops of color and signs, each of them looking very distinct, having their own style, just nice to see. Everyone has a great day. Better for me to add okay, so maybe we start next Monday then with you. The 3D one I feel like is just so specific as a context one as far as the theming for today, which is why I wanted to at least get through the first 3. I knew I was kind of slow today. But yeah, if you're good with next Monday, we will do next Monday. We'll just start with you next Monday. Maybe next Monday I'll theme around just miscellaneous models. We can do another one of the models that I've accidentally missed, where I prepare 6 models for stream and then we only get through 4. Pull a bunch of the fellas that I didn't get to. But yeah, we can start with you since yours is submitted also now. Yay! Anyways, thank you so much. Of course! Happy birthday, Bad Buns! I hope you enjoy getting to celebrate your special day. Thank you for stopping by. Also, thank you for hanging out so much that you achieved having enough spores to even redeem that in the first place, because that is already crazy in and of itself. But thank you. I'm gonna send you mine soon. I just need to sketch the clothes. Good luck with sketching your clothes. Sketch on clothes make me think of NPCs in Genshin. Yeah, the NPCs in Genshin Impact and also I think I saw it in Honkai Star Rail, have all of their clothing details drawn on. But for them, I would say that is an acceptable thing to have done because they're trying to make considerations for the fact that it's a mobile game. Because if they were to add all of those polys to every single NPC in those games, man, they would run so much worse on phones probably. They're trying to keep the poly count down. So that's, honestly, I accept it in that circumstance. But in VTubing, where we only really have the one model of us open, I would say it's worth it to spend on those extra polys. But at the same time, we do still have to be at least somewhat optimized. I am very optimized the way that I am currently. I am super optimized. I think current EG, I might be wrong. I don't think any of my Squiiji models go beyond being like 40,000 poly, but it's really normal for VTuber models, especially in 3D, to be over 100,000 polygons if they are not VR chat models specifically. So do not be afraid to be a little higher poly potentially. It can be good for you in terms of level of detail. I get away with being lower poly because my clothing isn't super detailed. I shall have 500,000 polygons. I am 2D. That's fair. And I love that I'm saying this while we're looking at a low poly design also, which is kind of funny. I love low poly work. I feel like low poly encourages such creativeness, and it's so good for stylistic coherency sometimes that those are just like immediate benefits. So, I will say, this fella did submit their design to me with a background color that was so similar to the hair color that I made it not, so that way we could tell that it's not the background color. VCs and Honkai Impact have more 3D details. Maybe? Is Honkai Impact also mobile, or is that one PC, or is it both? That'd be interesting to know. If I had a high poly 3D model, I think it'd be a nightmare. Yeah, I will say a high poly 3D model is not really any harder to run on your computer than a high quality, like big file size of 2D. They're very similar in terms of toll on computer. So like, as long as your 3D is kind of optimized and not terrible in terms of poly count, like not over 200,000 polys, that might start causing problems. But yeah, low poly is, yes, easy on the system resources. My 8-year-old laptop can run low poly EG, which is crazy and very surprising that that is even a possibility. But anyways, why don't we keep moving? I need to check on my bingo also because I don't know if I updated it for our last one. That's art fight. Why do I have art fight open? Oh wait, I accidentally clicked it. Bingo! We did have a dangerous ladder earlier, which I forgot to score. Was there an off-the-shoulder jacket? There was not. Not a dragon. Not bullet head. No fantasy formal wear. Did I say bear with me? Did I say fear not? Did I say my funny phrases? I didn't get bonus points for concept. There's no mesh or sheer fabrics. No final score over 10. No? Dang it. We can't count it unless I just sort of like naturally say it. But I need you to know that me saying fear not is currently one of the things that's holding me back from victory. You did say bears plural with me. Wait, did I really? Why did I say it plural? Why did I pluralize the bears? Why were there multiple bears with me? That's concerning, past EG. Why were you hanging out with multiple bears? That's 2 of you in the YouTube chat that are saying it. I counted it? If I said bears with me, I would count that, but isn't the animal? If that's the case, then I get bingo. If that's the case, it's 5:10 p.m. and I've just achieved bingo for the first time in like 4 months. Someone asked if you had bears with you. Oh, did I? Okay, wait, there's a lot of Shroomates not remembering, but there are 2 YouTube Shroomates who both think I said it. So we'll leave that in the maybe category for now. That doesn't count. Amber is hoping against. Oh, you said not bears, but lion with me. Oh, is that what I said? I can see myself saying that. I don't think I would count that. There's in the animal because of the lion. I could see that. That's funny that I referenced it. That does not count. Yeah, I don't think that counts. That's a cheeky play on words of my usual phrase, but it's not my usual phrase. Man, EG acting out of the ordinary today. Did I say fear? Fear not also. Wait, hang on. Bear with me would not give me bingo. Fear not is what would give me bingo anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway. No bingo yet. Anyways, moving on. So, Felicitas, she, her, Felicitas PNG, look at this lovely low poly fella. And I ask of you, viewers, what animal is this? What animal do you think this is? What do you think this is? Animal. Yeah, there's a tail happening. And then these are ears, which are kind of low contrast with the hair in the back. So that's why the back view helps. We can tell that the hair puffballs are not the same. I did also think snail at first too. You're not alone, Amber. What I do think immediately is that this design just in general needs more contrast because this blue does not stand out enough against this blue for me to read these ears properly. So I might just immediately normal multiply and just darken these a bit so that we can see them. And then I might also suggest just running an edge of that darker blue down the outside of your texture too. This might be darker than I need because it's making it hard to see against the background. Like just a little bit more so that way we can differentiate the edge of this against the really fluffy hair. Because I do think these are squirrel ears. I do believe those are squirrel ears. Chipmunk maybe, yeah. Squirrel, potentially. Multiply layer? Yeah, multiply layer. Sadly, I don't need that for my bingo. But yeah, so these are squirrel-like ears. Squirrels do have just sort of short rabbit ears, and then the curled tail does help with that. I'm guessing that there is some sort of racing motif happening from the fact that we have this black and white checkering happening and the red. Although the eyes have also been masked off in a way that makes them seem almost like a vigilante of some sort. Like maybe they're some sort of hero, and they are wearing big gloves. So I was wondering also for a second if maybe this person is like a member of the pit crew for something, where they've got their work gloves on, they work at the racetrack. But I don't know why they would be wearing goggles, or wearing, not goggles, but wearing a bandana or something tied around their eyes. Can't find their social except Pinterest. Oh no! Have they renamed themselves? They may have. Darn it, this happens every once in a while where you'll have somebody who is really hard to find on the internet. let's see. If I reverse search them, there might be some other social that they gave me also. Hang on. 5. I'll search them in the form right now, because I feel like by not having that, IMG_1. It's so funny when people submit their models under file names. A lot of the times the name of the file is just like IMG_11123. Yeah, they should theoretically have a YouTube under this name, or they did previously at some point. And whenever I downloaded them, which was probably a couple weeks ago, they did exist at that point in time, whenever it was still. Man, I hope this wasn't a recent graduation or something. Maybe they've just changed their name, I hope. Domino mask, like a superhero, yeah. But the cape, oh, that is a cape. Hang on, you're right, that is what that is. That is a cape that they are wearing on their back. This is a superhero. I think I found a link. Yay! For YouTube, but it leads to a vampire-esque. Oh, I wonder if they redesigned. I wonder how recent that was. Interesting. Are they also low poly? Because that might suggest that it's the same person potentially, but right now, yeah, I think this is a racing superhero that we are looking at. We might just need a little bit more height from these things that are the shoulder caps, and then more of this happening in the, oops, in the silhouette for us to realize that this is a superhero. Make your cape longer, potentially. Man, it's kind of hard to edit it. No. Oh, no. Darn it. If this person doesn't exist anymore, then I fear that critiquing their design isn't helpful, but at the same time, they submitted. And maybe they do still want critique? I don't always know what to do when we have something like this happen. Because they were still around when I downloaded their model, because I always check that when I download them. It does seem to be 3D. Okay, maybe it is the same person. What is the schmoove here, I wonder? Found this. Hello, this. Oh, so they exist somewhere else, too. Debuted in May 2024. And they are 3D modelers, so I bet maybe they did remake their own model, but that's... I wonder if they just completely rebranded. YouTube link that works, Twitter that doesn't. The fact that the YouTube link works is interesting, even if it's not the same name. It is the same person. Shermates, what is the schmoove here? What do we do? We can critique the design still. Because it seems like they still exist. They still might benefit from the critique. But their current model is really different from this, and they are still 3D. And I'm gonna bet that that is a model they did make for themselves also. I don't know. Hi, Exozenia. What should we do? We could still critique this model. Yeah, we did find the Hoyo list link. We could still critique this model the way that it is. Or we could critique another model. Because as much as this isn't their current model, it could still be helpful to hear the critiques on it. At the same time, I don't know, because it's so different from what they're currently doing. But it does say that they are a super flying squirrel on the Hoyo list link. Oh, you found something that does confirm that Carmilla used to be... Okay, so it seems like this person used to be this persona. The fact that they have taken down all of their socials and privated them, I'm going to guess means that they probably don't want that to be maybe public knowledge, unfortunately, though. So maybe since it seems like all of this stuff has been deactivated, it might be in our better effort to not do this one then, since it seemed to have deleted, unfortunately. But I did want to say, this was a really neat model, at the very least, which is why I'm glad we pulled it, and the concept does seem to be working well, so we'll keep schmooving. I know this person is still active, however, for our next person, because this person follows me on Twitter. Would have been interesting to critique a low poly model. I know! Low poly VTubers, submit your models to my crit form. We want to talk about you. Low poly models, we want to critique you. Please, please come hang out. We want to see you. We want to look at your designs. Please, please. The 3D modeler in me wants to gaze upon the majesty of low poly models. I love them. They're so cute. They're so endearing. I've made some of them. Oh, speaking of which, I need to make some things of them, of some low poly models that I can show off now. We'll see. I will Squiiji, just need to get there. You got this, Corey! You got this! Can't delete my own messages. Don't worry, I'll delete your message, Amber. Here we go, I can delete it, I think. Can I? No, I can't. I can't delete mod messages. Why can't I delete mod messages? That's actually really silly. I can't delete it either. That's okay, we'll ignore it. We'll move past, we'll pretend nothing ever happened. We'll move on to this fruit feline. This is Milk. This is she, her. Milk Cherry. I know Milk Cherry is still around. Milk Cherry is still active using this model. This is confirmed. 1980s idol vibes with a cat girl. The link included was like a concept page. So you can see my inspirations. Also, despite being a cat girl, there's no visible tail because it's supposed to be a Japanese bobtail cat. Ah, interesting. EG's not high enough rank in the channel. You're right. I'm not a high enough rank on my own channel. This is horrible. Keep mine between 28k and 32k. What's the limit on low poly? Usually low poly is defined as models that could run on a console somewhere around like the PS2 era. So usually that's at least below 10k. Although the aesthetic choice of low poly tends to be much closer to lower than 2k poly. So 28k to 32k is more mid poly for sure. Low poly generally is when we can see the polygons for sure. Her bangs need to be poofier. The flatness and smoothness is so anti-80s. Yeah, I wanted to show you guys the reference that they had sent with the link, which is, if I open this, these were the references they sent, which I think they are doing a good job of emulating this particular outfit. But to me, if I'm thinking about like 80s idols especially, I feel like natural hair was in the 80s as far as hair colors go. So I fear that the calico hair colors are pushing us away from that also, unfortunately, in some way. But we do need, yeah, 80s Japanese idols. It does still need to be poofier. Do you see how the hair is curling out more like that? And like the bangs are much more piecey? We do need those things still, I think. Yeah, Bari, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. You only get one of those a month and I'm honored that you'd use it for me. Thank you. But I do think, so looking at that, the hair is really chunky. And there are some little bits that are breaking away, but I do think that the hair would benefit from having all those little... That's not the color I selected, excuse me. There we go. All the little like flyaway bits that tend to wrap around a little more. And I think this is gonna come down to the modeling in Vroid also. But all you need to do this is just create some more of these shapes and don't have them terminate around the edge. Or that'll make it feel a little bit more natural. Technically the hair is natural. Technically I would say the hair is not fully natural, yeah. Flippy's Japanese 80s is Western late 70s, yeah. So more of the hair that's like flipping out. The fact that it's curling around the head like that, I feel like is moving in the right direction. But just more of the pieces where we can see it flipping out and flying around. Then for the bangs, I think that the bangs are just a little bit too chunky for that style and for that time period where a lot of the time they end up having a lot more little pieces in them. And I feel like the way that the bangs are parted also isn't super aligning with that style. I feel like I usually see it with like more flat styled bangs, but that's okay. But just more detail. Especially if we have more pieces that are like breaking away from where they are that particular color. Less perfection in the modeling of the hair. Like this. It's really hard to get your hair, if you've colored your hair, to sit perfectly in like pristine colored sections like this. So by adding places where we can see that the hair is not perfectly laying like that, it also feels more natural. Like, do we see the difference here in the silhouette? Yeah. Natural cat hair color. Oh, I guess yeah, calico, I guess that would make it a natural hair color as a calico cat. That's true. It's, as I'm going to continue just like adding more variety and more pieces where things are breaking away. This is just probably more in the modeling for Vroid specifically. But more pieces breaking from the form. Do you see how this feels fluffier too? It feels less chunky, which is what we want. I do. I see people saying something about the green highlights. I enjoy the green highlights, but this is a Vroid critique also. Line up your highlights. Right now, do you see how they're sitting at all these different heights? I'm gonna color over them just real quick and line them up. The green color choice feels very interesting as far as the color palette goes, which I am here for. Especially with the fact that, do you see how the outlines on the dark parts of the hair too are green? It's neat. I do think that the highlights need to be lined up across the head though. Or like, let me cover these. If you had brighter highlights in, I'll hide this so we can, what color there was. In here. Here's our highlight layer. You can move the positioning of the highlights in Vroid pretty quickly. There's a slider for it. But just line them up across the head so that way they're all sitting around the same height. Where's that green color? No. There we go. If we do that, that adds a lot of polish to Vroid models specifically. There we go. We just need to slide them down. It makes it feel more consistent. There's just a slider for it. I don't really know how to describe it in any words other than that. I think it's in the top grouping where you can change the width of things. I do different hair colors in Vroid. You can add multiple textures in Vroid for hair. You just have to add, I think it's they have them as like materials or something. I don't remember quite what words they use for it off the top of my head, but it's something of that nature. But they have added multiple ones. Yeah, you create different materials. And then I will say that for areas around the face like this, especially where it's underneath, I would use a different material that doesn't have highlights on it. We want to add a feeling of depth here. And having the highlights behind the neck is kind of going against the way that, like, we might expect colors to work. Like, these higher areas around where it's framing the face might be okay to have the highlights. But as it's getting lower down, we're going to want them to feel like they're receding in space, and they're also going to be on the underside, so they're not going to be getting that highlight either. I'm wrangling the inner edge of the white hair. Value blends into the face. Yup. Oh, yep. I was going to be getting there too. I was going to say maybe like a light brown of some sort, or even a warm color. Sort of just in this area. This is way darker than I would do it. This is just so I can see it. Don't have no fear. Wow, I'm really saying all the permutations of my classic phrases. I just said have no fear. Fear not, I guess. Is my randomly, like, vaguely religious phrases are just leaving my system somehow. The earth is healing. There we go. And then let me turn that down a little bit. Maybe there's probably a better color for it, but just so that way we can tell that there's depth here and that this is the edge of the hair against the face. And even if there was just more of the shading to elucidate where, like, chunks of hair are overlapping with each other, it might be nice too. But you might need a couple more hair textures to fully convey that, potentially. But for clarity's sake, some of this would be nice. Even, like, some of that having a little bit of darkness over it. We'll even make it a little darker. I wonder also, hang on, let me just change the color. Edit, ooh, tone of correction, maybe hue. I wonder if it might be neat to push this like blue or something for the way that the color's working elsewhere here. Like the green might be interesting as a shading color too. That might be too much and might be too exaggerated, but green could be cool potentially as the shading color for those parts of the hair because it's already happening in the highlights. So it's just telling us that there might be some sort of undertone in the hair that's green. I don't know. Ryoko might be like thrashing at the bars right now from us giving hair a green undertone, but maybe. Yeah, something green into the shadow. Like a blue-green. Yeah, we can do that. Edit. My editor went away. Auto correction. Hue. A little more blue, maybe. Like that. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. A little more blue, potentially. Colors look delicious. I happen to agree. But these changes that we've made around the head add a lot more of a natural feeling And I think they're making the hairstyle read more clearly. Also, I do enjoy this hair shape for silhouette though. I feel like it's working well for silhouette. Captions broke? Captions seem to be working. Did you saying that the captions are broken fix my captions? Because if so, thank you. Duel the wasp? Wasps? Oh, good luck with your wasps, fellas. Trying with trash can lid coming back. Oh god, good luck with wasps. I'm allergic to wasps, so I wish you a lot of luck with them. My best solution for dealing with wasps, crack open a soda, if you have a soda, and sit it somewhere, and then you can trap it in it because they're very attracted to soda and they'll fly into it. That's how I catch wasps when they're in my apartment because I'm allergic to them. Also, secondarily, if you don't mind harming them, if you spray them with Windex, they perish almost immediately. Bugs don't do well with Windex. Just little, yeah, water gun with soapy water, yeah, also does work. That's true. The soap just like gets into their membranes and stuff. No, it's fine. Green undertones are fine unless you're trying for a natural blonde. That's fair, and I don't think they're trying for natural blonde. So I think that'll be okay. So, as far as making the rest of the outfit feel like it's sort of part of the 80s idol aesthetic, I need to look at some like 80s Japanese idol silhouettes because it's not the classic A-line skirt, I don't think. 80s idol. Because you have gone for the more modern idol skirt shape when I don't know if that was as popular in the 80s. Oh no, wait, it still was. There is some of it. It's much more pleated, potentially. The shadow be pink, or am I misremembering how that works? Oh, we were stylistically making the shadow green just for funsies. No, so it seems like there actually is precedent for having A-line skirts still, although it seems like it's not as common. It seems like skirts are a lot more commonly shaped like the school type of shape where it's a lower V, or they tend to be a little bit more poofy where they're like this and then they're like ruffled for 80s skirts. Like this is pleated for 80s idols, or they're really big and ruffly. So I would say it seems like you're picking one of those things. Pick one of them more to be the angle for the skirt, because I don't think I'm necessarily getting 80s idol out of this, and I do think that I recognize 80s style idols aesthetic with relative ease. I'm also seeing a lot more exaggeration in the shapes for 80s idols. A lot of their bows are really big and giant. Like this. Idols in the 80s were supposed to be the ideal girl, less about appealing to otakus. Yeah. So like there is this angle of 80s idol, but most of them are much more like, where are they? Yeah, like the reference you even gave of this one, this is what I think of when I think of 80s idol is they're wearing their dark leggings, which you do have. They're wearing a shirt that is still covering a lot of the body, but they've got their sort of narrow skirt also. Man, there's a lot of really crazy colors though, so maybe there's a lot more variety than I'm thinking there was. That's city pop, that's technically different. Japanese businesswoman, not quite. Like here's some more, is this 80s? Some of these seem like they're lying to me about what era this is. Google is not being my friend right now. But the silhouettes seem a little bit more tame comparatively to what we see now. Feminized menswear was a style thing in the 80s. Ah, okay, I see. Idol from that, to be honest, would like a microphone help? Maybe a microphone would also help potentially. My Google search and my searches for specifically this aesthetic is not helping. It's really, really unclear. Whoa. Why have you gone into AI mode? Stop. Say the idol outfit was atrocious? What, this one? You think these are atrocious? These are leaning into menswear a little bit. It seems like they are going a little bit more to the more colorful angle of 80s clothing, because where was the reference? Yeah, reference. Nice 80s patterning with suspenders almost. over the skirt. This skirt seems like it's more the shape that I was associating with it too. Power suit for women. Women were entering the workforce and stealing menswear. Ah, okay. Intriguing. Okay, so how are we going to convert those critiques into something usable here in this case? Because I feel like the other thing that's happening that is kind of at odds with this reading as 80s idol is that the width, the exaggeration in the silhouette for 80s idol seems to occur in the shoulders, but here it's occurring much lower. And as a result, it's almost bending the suspenders in a way that's making me think of that one clown from Ace Attorney, where it feels a little bit silly, and the silhouette of those shirts tends to be really blocky. So I'm wondering if, because this feels so tight, if that is also impacting it. So like, we're gonna do a little bit of modification here. This is, for the sake of our bingo, this is anatomically unusual breasts, which we have not really gotten to check off very much recently. Can still be quite well endowed. That is okay. We can still be quite well endowed. But I feel like we have gone to a point where we're losing the silhouette. Just a little bit too much to it. Where the shoulders seem to be the thing that's more important to exaggerate for this aesthetic style. And yeah, we can have this be a, we turn to the side and these stick out real far forward situation, which would be fine. But I think we're gonna need something that feels like a padded shoulder. We're gonna need something that's, whoa, making the weight of this not so high, potentially? I don't know. Political statement, shoulder pads and strong lines feel more powerful, plus color blocking was a thing. Yeah, oh man, they love their color blocking, yes. Oh, wait, I fell asleep and used YouTube to go back and see if I got any more bingo spots. EG does say bear with me naturally while working on the lemon lion, and then makes a comment about multiple bears. Wait, so I did say bear with me. It was said. Okay, noted. That doesn't make me win, unfortunately still. But I am closer to victory at least, but not all the way. I'm still a couple steps away from one of them. Thank you for checking though. Sleepy Tamara, thank you for following also. So, in my attempts here where we're just doing a little bit of potentially plastic surgery, I'm just trying to consolidate the shapes so that way we're getting more of that era's clothing shape. We're trying to go for, yeah, big, strong lines. There we go. More padded looking shoulder, maybe. Woo! Hang on, that's black. Why is that color? And lowering the weight of it just a little bit. And then similarly, I feel like these don't read as suspenders quite as well, unfortunately, because they're so exaggerated and stretched. And we are having a further issue in Vroid by the fact that because they're so being stretched so much by the texture, Vroid doesn't let you like UV unwrap something. So when you make an area of the body that exaggerated, you get less pixel density to work with, unfortunately. So it might be beneficial to just tone the tatas down a little bit if you're gonna stay in Vroid, just because we're not gonna be able to have the pixel density to make these look nice. They're gonna end up really jagged, which they already sort of were a little bit. That's a quality thing. But then to make these look like suspenders, we need that negative space in them. Where we can see, maybe they are fighting for their lives, but suspenders tend to connect in this little like V-shaped thing that I think was present in the reference. Yeah, little like loop-shaped thing where it's even like buttoned onto the skirt. And being able to see hardware like that, where we can see that, oh, there's little, maybe we can have like little cherry-shaped buttons down here that are holding them on. That makes things feel more specific, which is nice. And cherries are very close to hearts anyway. But then you could even have like, you know, this thing that's connecting it. We get the green back in, and then you have your little cherry stems in here. Now we've made the hardware specific to the outfit, but I think making these solid white as opposed to having the white on the inside of them was just a little bit strange, potentially. It's an unlicensed opinion? What are you guys talking about? Suit top of the big skirt looks weird. Love color blocking. Oh, I personally adore this kind of design. I love this. I love how exaggerated this is. I love color blocking. The 80s are so cool. And the 70s for doing color blocking. I'm very here for it. But yeah, so I'm just sort of refining the shapes here a little bit, which might be a little bit tough to do in Vroid, just so that it's feeling a little bit more like it's matching that era in the shapes. I think some of this jaggedness we're getting in here too, where, do you see how it's like hitting these angles is also from the density on the model for the texture? And do you see how these cherries are getting really blurry? I think it would be to your benefit to just do a little bit of a reduction, unless if you were really attached to having that scale in this part of the body. My suggestion to you then would be to tinker around in Blender and re-unwrap this in Blender, so that way you get the density you need for texturing, so that it'll work a little bit better in your fave. Yeah. Having the darker tights does seem like it is something that goes well with that era. For the skirts, the transparent mesh is a little bit strange too, I think, for this era. And this feels like tulle from the way that it's transparent. For your skirt, I think you need to make a decision about whether you want it to be the more grounded, realistic skirt shape, which just has a couple of little pleats in it. Like in your reference, the person, I believe this person is probably wearing a more toned down skirt, and these skirts, or even like this skirt, which is longer, or you lean into the really giant, whoops, what's happening, Clip Studio? Can you not do that? Really big bubble shaped skirt, which you may also need to take to an editing program that's external. I don't know if Vroid can actually do a skirt that's shaped like this, unfortunately. Just built into the program. So that would be part of my suggestions. As far as focal points go, we do have an unfortunate thing happening also from the way that you've done the color blocking, which is that the red and the orange mostly exclusively occurring around the chest level, and that also being where a lot of the exaggeration is too, is really making that part of the body focal in a way that is maybe just a little too much. The face should have a fighting chance for how detailed the hair is and how many different colors are contained in the hair. We do have some red in the hair too. So we may need to change the color of this just so that it's not as distracting, or put more of this color somewhere else so that way it's not really pulling our eyes extremely to it. I feel like a lot of the shirts that are of the style that you showed in your, where is it, your reference thing here. Nope, don't close it. A lot of the shirts are much more pastel. See how much more pastel this is? Making it more pastel might help to make it less focal. And even if I'm looking in your original sketch, you originally had orange around the face too, which probably would have helped in bringing our eye up to the face a little bit more as well. What are you guys judging each other for? Don't judge each other, be nice. I will take a sip of your drink, thank you though. But yeah, making the colors a little bit more muted and a little bit more pastel might be to your benefit. I don't really have a quick and easy way of doing that as an edit here. Let's see, if I were to go for just making it brighter. Pastel is hard to just edit into something where it's gonna end up feeling desaturated because it's gonna change all of these values. Hang on, wait, hang on, wait, hang on, wait, I might have a solution. Let me try this. I have an idea. Might be able to do a levels adjustment that could change this to be more pastel, potentially. See if this works. It might not, but it's worth a shot. Let's see. We can still leave the trim, that collar a lot brighter. 2 things thrown at me. 23 Jello, thank you for following. Yahoo, finally someone that drinks water. I don't always. I try to usually, but sometimes I see the redeem and then immediately I'm like, whoops, I'm distracted. But I do drink my water when I am told to most of the time. I eat my snacks, don't worry. And I stretch, even though you can't see it sometimes. Layer, new correction layer, level correction. Let's see, can I make it brighter, which isn't really helping right now. There. More pastel. More pastel. And then we might have to change the, oh, I can't clip it. Oh. We might want to make the hair just a little bit more saturated because right now this is still just a little bit distracting because of the undertone, but I feel like this is taking a step in the right direction from a distance. We might just need to make the face more contrasty also. It's kind of, the thing that's occurring here that's sort of hard is that I'm making all these edits at different levels of detail, more or less, too, where the face is more focal here because there's better contrast and there's more detail on it. And I've made this really bright. Peach. Yeah, Peach was very popular also. Let me edit the brighter color on here to see if that is helping. I like how the cherries barely changed and how bright they are. But more pastel. Man, they're still pretty focal. And I think it's because the face also doesn't really have much in the way of highlights either. So like, let me just work on this one that's back here from a distance. If it had this here, if it had the darker green bits around the edge of the face for contrast, if it had little bits that are sticking out more for more detail, if there were brighter highlights on the face potentially, or maybe even we just need like blush or something. There's a brighter highlight above the eye or something, or like the inner corner. In the sclera, we could add brighter blush in some way. This is gonna be too strong. I'm gonna tone it back, don't worry. It's just that I can see it. It's just so that I can see it. Let's blur that out. Oh wait, I did that on the same layer, so I actually can't change it. Hang on. Hold on, no wait, I did it on its own layer. What am I talking about? Blush, blush, blur. Did they do strong blush in the 80s? I don't know if that's a thing that they did. High on cheekbone blush. Okay, wait, hang on, higher. Higher on cheekbone, like up here? There we go. I like that I have my 80s director present. There we go. And then I can tone that back just like a little bit. But that'll help bring us into the face more. Yeah, I think those things are helping move us in the right direction. 80s is Blush City. Blue eyeshadow. Whoa! I'm not really seeing these idols wearing much more than very natural makeup. I don't know if the blue eyeshadow would be the angle for this. But maybe. Triangular blush and yeah, good warm color. Okay. But I think that's giving the face a little bit more of a fighting chance. We might need to desaturate this. Nope, not that. Hang on. Might need to desaturate this just a little bit. Let me... I'm gonna make it a desaturation layer. Just so that its saturation isn't out competing the face. Nope, too much desaturation. Like, there. We're getting there. The hair is becoming much more focal now, which I think is helping. Oh, I am blocking everything. I hope you didn't want to look at things. Look up gem and the holograms for makeup ideas. Okay, noted. It rotates my head in acknowledgement. Gem and the holograms. Ooh, interesting. Okay. This is animated. These are very 80s designs. Glam in Japan was in the 90s. Yeah, I was like, I think that this is not quite where this would be at that point in time. You know what? I do kind of match the design in terms of color palette, but I do think we did help push the focal point a little bit more so to the face. The skin tone feels a little bit desaturated. It really is like exactly the same color as the hair, which is not fantastic. I think one of these things needs to be lighter than the other. One of them. Maybe it's the hair, maybe it's the skin, maybe you need to pick which one of those is more important to you to be the color that it is. I don't like to alter people's skin tone, so I just, me, myself, and I, in the edits that I make as a person, would be editing the hair to be brighter. And maybe it's just like brighter on the edges. Too, but that'll add more depth. Let me blur that where it's coming in, because having more contrast up around your face and having things that are much brighter will bring us into your head a little bit more too. Potentially. I was matching the T-pose. Also, I am also 3D. That's true. I also have green in my design, which is also true, and also gold. Skin is literally porcelain. It does seem that way. Was that noted here? Cat girl, no visible tail because it's supposed to be a Japanese bobtail. Okay. What do Japanese bobtail cats look like also? Wait, spelling, good work. I spelled cat wrong. Oh, okay, so Japanese bobtail cats are commonly calico, is something that I am getting from looking at this. And they do not have a tail, which is true. Yeah, I think we have conveyed most of the things that would be helpful in conveying that this is a cat. You can see that she's a cat. The other thing that I might add here also, just as like something that might be kind of cheeky or like silly in some capacity, is that if your character is a bobtail cat, it might also just be like, I want to say like funny, but it might be interesting to have like a pseudo like fake tail. Like if your character's like, oh, I don't have a cat like other cat girls. The fact that we're noting that because of the lore, it might be silly just to include like, if your belt had something hanging off the back of it that is just like a belt that fills that shape. So that way for viewers who are unaware, they'll still get that sort of silhouette idea of cat, and it might help push them in the right direction. Man, I'm running my words together. But then at the same time, it's not really a tail, so you are missing the tail also. So, yeah. How do you spell cat wrong? Turns out the letter T is next to the letter R, so you can Google Japanese bobtail cars, and nothing really comes up. I didn't misspell it intentionally with my mind, I just mistyped. Everyone knows the French are wrong? What are you guys talking about? What's happened? Come back to me. So, man, the face does feel really gray, which is so strange. I wonder if the face just needs more warmth to it, too? To be more focal? Just said cat in French. Oh, that might be it. I feel like the face might just need more warmth also because the face is feeling kind of gray. Let's try like something in here. I'm gonna make this a color layer. Wait, that's kind of helping a little bit already. Because then it's got a different undertone than the white areas had too. Might even make this like warmer, like more red, or pink in undertone. I think that helps just a little bit feel less gray. Reminds me of porcelain, very doll-like. Yeah. But for real, it could be an Asian beauty standard thing to be unnaturally pale, even if it's colorist. Ah. I wonder if that may have been the intention, but it would still benefit the design. I would hope that that is not the case, and hopefully not what they're doing, but it would still help the design to have a little bit of warmth in the skin tone. And I will say, like, they're not as pale as I've seen other character designs either, but it might just be useful. Might be cliche, Cobain coin motif for lucky cats since they're that breed. That could be interesting to add in as another motif, because I will say, motif-wise, we're just cherries right now. So if we added the coin in or added something else in as a secondary motif, that might be nice also. Just so we have more to work with, because that is getting towards my other critiques, which are that there's not a ton of specificity going on in the clothing, and something that tends to be so fantastic about idol costume and idol outfit design is that their outfits are usually designed for them, specifically for them. They're not, maybe in the 80s it was a little bit different, but usually idol outfits are designed for them to wear on stage. They're designed to be super specific. And these don't feel like they are that specific, unfortunately. So adding things like where I was making the buttons and the way that the suspenders attach be more specific is good, but making things that, like, adding those cherries into the physicality of how objects exist, they're not just a pattern that's drawn on top, where they become three-dimensional and real as accessories does help. And this almost reads like a bow, where if we're going for the 80s, you could have like the super exaggerated, like here's a really big leaf, and then there's another really big leaf that's behind the head, so that way they read like a bow almost. But I feel like we just need more variety. Looks like a girl group member, but most likely a solo artist. That's another interesting thing to consider is, are you part of a group? Do you need to have group mentality in mind, where you guys are all supposed to look like similar parts of one whole, or are you supposed to stand out as a soloist? That's also interesting to consider. Also, the bright green shoes, as far as focal point goes, are kind of distracting. We might need to push those back a little bit, and I don't see a reason why they should be that green in particular. I feel like they could be the gold. And even maybe even a slightly more muted color of the gold. Make a little bit more sense? Let me even like... That's too muted, hang on. Muted gold, there we go. Make the Ahoge giant. They're already a Ahoge, which may be nice to make bigger for silhouette reasons. Whoops, I can't draw on that layer, hang on. Try again. Bigger Ahoge. More exaggerated Ahoge. Especially reminiscent of an apron. Just got here and missed the lore. I was wondering that as well. If we look at their sort of inspirations sheet, it just looks like it was just a white skirt that looks like this with some ruffling on it. But I wonder if this is something where they had someone, whoops, that's not the right one, where they commissioned somebody to make the model and it became an apron at that point? But I'm not sure. They are 80s themed. Is there a specific trend of 80s themed idols having aprons? Or no? Because the other thing was, I felt like the transparent material of this is sort of atypical of what I was imagining 80s Japanese idols looking like. I might just not know enough, but yeah, I do get diner girl vibes from this also, so that might be something to be careful of. Where if you are intending to read very strong, as being very strong in that 80s aesthetic, more research may need to be done because the combination of elements here for the skirt is a lot more modern, and yeah, diner vibes is maybe not what you were intending for. More late 80s or 90s thing. 80s idols are more uniform style. So things to keep in mind. Do be careful that you are staying in the right era. If you're going to declare that you are an 80s idol, make sure you're referencing the 80s silhouettes and the 80s overlap and layering and the techniques that they used in the 80s then, because it seems like there are other eras coming in here, which might be what's confusing things. If you like looking like a diner girl, that's fine. That is okay. Maybe add that to the lore if that is something that is intended. But I think that that is currently sort of countering our ability to read what you are, because I do have to be honest, looking at the design for a cold read, I would get that you were a cat girl, and I think that's the only part of your concept I was getting clearly, potentially. The hair is like the clearest era place marker to me that is here. Diner could tie into cherry pie. That's true. If you are interested in that angle, you could work more into the cherry pie angle of that with diner, but that would require probably modifying your concept, or at least how you explain your concept. So pay attention. Skirt shapes, materials are important for silhouette. So I'm gonna start grading actually. So I think we have some of the things to move into for the grading. A lot of the critiques I was making early on were also critiques that are just specific of this being a 3D model and its interpretation in 3D. But for silhouette, right now, I still think that you probably are gonna need some asymmetry or something. But a lot of just those little pieces of hair that need to be a little bit more wispy are going to help your silhouette around your head feel more detailed. The silhouette for the body is okay. As far as V-Roid goes, it's very exaggerated, which is nice at the very least. New small idol being a diner girl before hitting it big is realistic. That's true. Mesh skirt really big in the late 90s. That's true, but we're not in the 90s. We should be in the 80s here. Yes. I would love to have a pie to the face Squiiji redeem. Why do you want to pie me? Why? Are there not enough ways for you to torture me already? You need a pie? You need to put miscellaneous substances on my face that may or may not include pie filling and or jellos of different kinds? Why? Ow! Yeah, case in point. Do you need more ways to abuse me? I think not. Silhouette. I would like a little bit less symmetry, or for the silhouette to pertain more to that time period, if possible. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is okay, but your details need more specificity. They feel just like a little bit generic still, especially for an idol whose clothing is designed specifically for them often. Actually, I might even put that here. For color palette, I feel like you are going for a very particular aesthetic with the colors you've chosen, with making them really saturated. We are having clarity issues with your skin tone and these whites, where you may need to change the undertone of your skin or the undertone of your hair, add more depth with the way that you have the shading in the hair. I think those are all things that are potentially going to occur in the color palette department. For focal point, it is your chest. Man, this is gonna be like running straight down the line here. Color palette, or not color palette, for focal point, it is your chest, but all we really need to do is just desaturate it and lean a little bit more into the pastels that were popular in the 80s. Man, they love those peach colored things in the 80s style clothing. Maybe a little bit more of that. And then for concept and motifs, I think a lot of what's happening here is linked here, where if we lean a little bit more accurately into that 80s era of clothing silhouettes, clothing color choices, the color blocking, all of that I think will help to solve all of these other categories a lot more too, potentially. Yeah. Milo missing the food EG development right now, huh? Milo like the hot chocolate? What are you guys talking about? It looks like a wedge was cut out of my hair. Hey! It was not cut out of my hair, it's right here. It's right on top of my head, it's my onion. When I look up, you can't see it. I guess that's true, but no one is cutting slices out of my hair, no one is eating me, no one is pieing me in the face. We are not making a pie using my hair as a tin, because my hair would just turn to goo in the oven. I don't permit any of these things, actually. But, let's grade. Whoop. Go work! Does this sound as EG suggesting fashion research? Yes, it does. I would say so. Also, wait, I have a bingo thing too, which is transparent mesh / sheer fabric. But I still haven't gotten bingo. Can we get a round of applause for Milk, please? I want to interrupt, but I want to ask if there's times when a lot of symmetry is preferred or can strengthen a design. Yeah, I would say so. Like, there's certain circumstances where it makes sense if you have a character who is supposed to be like really like put together or like tight-laced, or a character who is very strict or commanding. The symmetry can help them feel that way. Or if we're doing like a horror-themed character, symmetry, to a certain extent, when pushed, can feel really uncanny, so it can help characters to feel like they're leaning more in that direction. For like robots to be symmetrical often can make sense because they're manufactured symmetrically, but it's like, if you're conveying stability, that's often a reason to be symmetrical. But most of the time in VTubing, people are being goofy or silly or chaotic or gremlin-y or things like that. So it's not as common that we have designs that are benefiting from that symmetry, unfortunately. I don't know. Did that count as you going extremely off topic? I don't think so. I think I stayed on topic all day today. I just think I wasn't quick today. There's only 4 designs for me. That's a low. That's low. I don't know what happened. We just took our time, I think. We briefly had an intermission looking at another design, which I think also added to our time, but it is 6 p.m. Do you want to see what my bingo card looks like? Here's my bingo card. For Gamba purposes. I don't know if I said fear not. We do think I said bear with me. I didn't give any bonus points for concept. I did not have a final score over 10. We didn't have off-the-shoulder jackets. I wouldn't say that the shape language of any of these designs was especially strong, other than maybe the low poly one, which we didn't even end up grading, so that did not work in our favor. No star motifs. So I don't have bingo. Dang it! I really thought I was finally gonna get bingo. I was so close. I'm always one away in like 4 directions, which is so frustrating. One of these days, I will finally get a bingo, but it's not today. So let me pay out the prediction. I wonder how many people actually voted that they thought I'd win. Shoot, let's see. What was the divide on this? Whoa, it was really even. Really, really even, 50-50. So here's our outcome. I did not get bingo. Whoopsie. My money's return. If you bet that I would not get it, you get your monies back and then some, potentially a little bit. Your monies should probably come back double, theoretically, I think. I don't know. Lots of shroommates have faith in EG. Well, today is not about having faith in me. Usually it's about having faith in me. But today was not. Today was not about having faith in me. Because my success in bingo is not related to my skill at focusing. Although I guess if I did look at more designs, that does increase our potential for getting bingos. So maybe if we had gotten through like 5 or 6 designs, we may have had a higher likelihood of having bingo. But we didn't. Let's see. If we would have gotten to our final 2, would I have gotten bingo? No off-the-shoulder jacket, another idol. No star motif. I don't think this has any of the things that would have pushed me over the edge to bingo. I don't think this has any of the things that will push me over the edge to bingo either. So it's not even like me being slow impacted bingos today. Not trusting EG again. Why don't you trust me? You should trust me. I thought you would win. Thanks. I thought I'd win too. I thought I'd finally win. I guess my poll on YouTube also does not say what it's about. It just says yes or no. Which is funny. I think you were too in your head about fear not. I think I was. I think I got in my head about the phrase ones. Or like EG explains the ladder test. It's hard for me to play my own bingo because I become aware of these things because they're on my card. Many moments where you would be like, however, oh, maybe I was just too focused about it. Maybe someone else needs to generate a bingo card for me and like put it in the Discord server somewhere where I won't see, and then we can bet on whether or not I would get bingo on that card. Or like maybe I generate my card and I give it to a mod and say, you fill this out for me because I'm not allowed to look at it. I'm psyching myself out too much is what happens apparently. Whoopsie, what can you do? Anyways, thank you all for joining me here today. Was there anything else did I forget anything else? Closes all of these canvases that I have open. I think we gave all of our grades, we gave all of our round of applauses. We looked at a couple of designs. Was there anything else I was supposed to do today? Happy Monday. That might actually be it. I don't know if I had any other closing statements to make here. Oh, other than that, Joby and I did try the midnight Baja Blast. Yeah, it's time to eat. Time for Joby and I to have dinner. I'm gonna eat tuna salad. But we did, following stream on Friday, have a little bit of the new Baja Blast. The what? There is a new... The message that Taco Bell released for it is very funny. They say there's a new addition to the Baja Blast family. It just tastes like a Baja Blast, but a little to the left. I think it's got passion fruit as an added flavor. I'm gonna be so honest with you. The way Jubby reacted after drinking it would make it appear that it tasted significantly different from how a regular Baja Blast tastes, but I didn't think it did. And even stranger, let me tell you, I think all they're doing is putting Baja Blast in the cup and then adding another syrup to it, because there was splash up onto, ow, hits my arm on desk. There was like a little bit of like water droplety splash up onto that, like, what do you call it, the lid they put on, and it was blue. It was the regular color. I think that's how they're doing it. So I think they're just putting less of the Baja syrup in and putting more of another syrup in with it, which I think is betrayal. It was okay. It was fine. I just get the regular flavor. I like blue better as a flavor anyway. Could have been affected by your cold though. That's true. I could taste the other food we ate totally fine, but maybe that's because it was spicy. But now that you're saying that, it does make me wonder if maybe I wasn't tasting it properly because I'm sick. Intriguing. I don't know. Midnight Baja Blast exposed. Yeah, the EG posting the expose at the end of their Monday stream about VTuber model critiques. But you never expected this one, huh? Immune to the Baja propaganda. No, I'm not. I'm not immune. I like Baja Blast. I'm not immune. I'm specifically not immune. I'm just immune to this new one. The new one does not entice me. But I will still, every time I go to a Taco Bell establishment, only get the Baja Blast, because are there really any other options for soda when you attend that establishment? I don't think so. If you are ordering any other beverages other than the blue, I don't know what's going on with you. I don't know why you would have done that. I'll try it again maybe when I'm not sick. We'll give it a second shot, but I wasn't impressed, just to say the least. I did joke with Jubby as we were doing that also. I was like, man, we are participating in capitalism, huh? They released a new flavor and we were like, well, gotta go to Taco Bell. Gotta go to Taco Bell and participate in their new flavor. Well, but I say that like we wouldn't have gone to Taco Bell probably at some point soon anyway. So it just made us go sooner instead of later. I don't know. I got orange juice instead of Baja once and it had gone bad? Yeah, no, don't get things other than the Baja Blast. It's the most probably well-maintained flavor that they sell. I would imagine. It's like their whole thing. So, I believe that is all I have for you today. I'm gonna go eat my tuna fish for dinner. I'm sure this cat would approve of it. But thank you for joining me here on Monday. Thank you for the good vibes of Monday and the kindness and the help of the Shroom State as always. You guys had a lot of good suggestions and really good references to suggest, which I'm always very grateful for having. We are much stronger together in our sense of being able to critique designs efficiently and effectively. And usually I do come to a lot of good conclusions from the fact that when I do my consultations, I do get to do research in advance and then, you know, have that at the ready. But for these ones, these are like straight cold reads a lot of the time. So it's good to have all of you team working with me. Yeah. So thank you for hanging out. I will be back on Thursday. We will be finishing for real this time. For real this time, I promise, I swear to you. We will be finishing looking at the rest of the Date Everything characters. We only have a third of them left, which is so doable because last time we did more than half of them. We got this. We're gonna lock in. But thank you for being here today. YouTube Shroomates, shroom you later. I can't send you anywhere, but thank you for hanging out. Bye. I see you running your ladder. It's too late. It's too late. Enjoy your bingos. Bye.